Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old programming. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone has had a good one. So, this is actually the first time the program has been like properly opened since I've come back. I have been refraining from actually working on the thing directly. I've been mainly working on assets and write-up for future design stuff, which I can show a little bit of today. I think the doc is still open. Yep. So I have been still just whittling away at the stuff that needs to be done. So I need to try and remind myself where we're at. So give me a moment or two while I kind of go through that. But I will be grabbing my notebook quickly. Because I've been doing a lot. I've been doing a lot towards the design side of this. Figuring out what we're going to do in the future. Some characters as well. One character I might show some of the design space for early on. Seems promising. Good luck, my man. Thank you, thank you. But, like I said, to get started, let's actually have a little look at the game for a moment and see where we're at, see how we feel with what's going on. There's one big change coming up that I'm going to potentially be doing, but I'm not sure how I'm going to approach it. I'm not going to get too far into it yet, because it's one of those ones where I'm going to do a bunch of testing to decide. So, if I recall correctly, that was done, yeah. And I can go through these. I can select character quickly. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So. And then this was a way of selecting the modifiers. Yeah. And then that actually has hover over, and then these with mouse have additional hover over. I was considering something towards that. We'll see. I think at this point, though, we've gotten most things working. It's a huge range of VTubers. Yeah, we do have a bit of a mixed cast. That's their idea overall. Interestingly enough, we can't actually show a like very fast list anymore because of the way we have the character select changed up. Yeah, that's actually something that's kind of funny to me. But, I mean, we can say hello to all of them. Aside from the one that we're playing as, obviously. But interesting. I've got to keep that in mind. Okay, we'll do something about that. Would be a shame someone suggested an idea. Yeah, devil. Yeah, it would be a real shame if I spent like 2 hardcore weeks working on a system, and then someone suggests something, and I have to completely overhaul it and get it done in like 2-3 days. I hate myself for that one. I really do. Nonetheless, though, again, like, we'll make that joke to the end of days, Devil, but, like, you genuinely gave me one of the best suggestions I have ever gotten from, like, an audience, like, from a chatter, and, like, the game looks significantly better for it, right? I'm actually curious, how do you pick who gets in? That's actually, so again, I've talked about this a lot of times, on stream, right? But the best description for that is simply who I'm passionate about the most. And then aside from that, it's just cascading down the list. So if I actually go to our doc that I mentioned we'll look at briefly. So these are the currently added in characters, right? From and you'll see that now there's this term season 1. Don't worry too much about that. That's more of a behind the scenes thing, aside from mini seasons, but I'll get into that in a little bit. But if we scroll down a little bit here, so this is the currently adding. We've got Matara, she's in, but she's not fully implemented. Her passive is kind of working. I think we've been rebalancing that. Her ability is not, because we need to redo res effects a little bit. I need to ensure that the system I did at one point is actually functioning correctly. Her EX hasn't been done, and her assist hasn't been done. But the rest of it is more or less there without icons, right? Cinder, Mume, and Fuwamokoko are the next 3 that I'm going to be adding for this current update that I'm working on. Being that this update's going to be quite a large-scale one, so I'm hitting it with 4 characters. So there's that. Then the next big update we've got planned with Rin, Melody, Onigiri, and Neurosummer is the next 4. And this has been planned for a very long time, this list. And then, to give even more of it, so we've got this list here. This is like the kind of in the future characters list, where I'm just putting ideas for now because I haven't finished their design. It is pure and simply who I think I can do justice to their character design, and pay homage to them, because it is a game about celebrating the VTuber community. That is the idea. It is to show the best of it. And that is not to say I won't show a VTuber because maybe there's controversy or something. There's only, I think, like we've talked about this, of I think like 2 or 3 that we probably won't add, and that is just because they are... There is nothing that they add that's positive to that community. And that's a pretty universal opinion on them. So, I'm not going to name them again, but yeah. Update for it. Yes, so once the game actually releases on Steam as well, the rule is that every time Mouse has an outfit release, I have to do an update. That is the agreement of this game. That is a statement I made a long time ago, and I will stick to it once the game hits Steam. Again, that is my safety net for now, that is the agreement, is once the game hits Steam, that rule is put in place. Until then, though, I'm safe. But this is actually where I kind of go to, like, for example, Bao. Bao was one that I spent a good bit of time recently kind of like going through. As you can see, none of this is well written, because this is just very early design stuff. But I think I nailed Bao's character design pretty well. I think this one's a fun... This, by the way, I want to stress, this is going to be an awful experience to implement this. Like, I do not see this being a pleasant experience with what Bao's system is. Not in the slightest. But it's just too damn funny. So I do want to talk to Throne Blueberry. Yeah, true. But her weapon is kind of like one of those ones where that's variable. You madman? Yeah, I really am, aren't I? I mean, especially here, so this is actually the funny joke with what I said about mini-seasons. So there will be, like, updates, and this is all, like, being pre-planned. There's a little bit more notation in my, my notebook next to me here. But this is something that I talked about with my mate while I was on my trip. I've looked at open IP concepts a little bit, and I thought it would be really funny if I do, like, a mini-season. So basically, it will be an update or 2 dedicated to a concept. And this one's called These Are VTubers, right? And it's, you can probably look at the names and figure out very quickly why that's a funny joke. Then we have Toho's Bizarre Adventure, which is going to be another open IP that I'm going to just toss together something for, just as a little bit of fun. Kind of think of it as like, what would be equivalent to a DLC, in a sense. It'd be very much a side thing to the game. But it's not an actual DLC, it's just a straight up update, because that is the idea. There is not going to be that sort of stuff in the game. There is no paid for content, there never will be. That is the legal requirement for all of this. I can't make money off of it. And yeah, I don't think there's too much more here that's like even readable as well, because most of it's just like an excessive amount of work. But no, Bao's, so I'll go over Bao's passive in the like shortest terming I can, because it is a very weird passive that I'm gonna have to do some nasty work to get it to work. So the idea is of her passive is that you hunt the map for a suitable target. When you interact with them, hop into a tent for a short duration, becoming non-targetable. After a moment, pop out with a little summon that will run around and deal damage for the rest of the run, up to 3 of these, because you can do the tent thing more than 3 times. You also gain a buff for the duration that gives you a bunch of movement speed. Also, as you move closer to the tent, you get ramping movement speed, so you can get to it faster. And then with the EX, which is kind of a blood rage, except I've nicknamed it a breeding rage. If you're using your EX, you will extend the duration of your EX by the buff duration. Bell speeding summoner build. Yeah, it's a summoner build. Classic Bao. Yeah, I don't think we need to talk about like what the target's gonna look like, because I'm gonna make the target very specifically designed. Because the fact is, the passive is literally named "I need to be bred," right? We knew what was gonna happen with Bao the moment we thought about it. I appreciate that she's slowly and progressively become more and more unhinged as she streamed, because she was actually quite like a, I wouldn't say like say so, but she was definitely a lot like more inhibited earlier on. Wolf, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna draw it as well. But yeah, no, this is gonna be a fun one to do. But like I said, the logic for this one, this is gonna be like a whole intense thing. Unsay so to turbo unsay. Yeah, it's probably the most accurate way of doing it. Cause like, it's that thing of, was she ever truly like reserved or anything like that? No, not really. She went much more into, well, to be fair, her main like outfit she has now is the yandere toggle, right? Which she uses quite a bit. In fact, for a long time, there was a solid portion of time that I just genuinely thought she'd switch to the yandere model, and I didn't realize it was a toggle because she used it so much, and I didn't actively watch her at the time. It's like those FNN games where you can overflow. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, 100% that, right? So, I need to look into res effects. That's what we need to do today, is the urgent thing. I knew it was a toggle, but for a time she used it more than the back. Yeah, like that's what I mean, right? Is like, I thought it was a toggle. I didn't, like, but then she was using it so much, I was like, is that just the like outfit now? And it's like, no, she still uses the other one a lot. To be fair, the fucking chibi model she has now is so adorable. She's had it for a while, I think, but like, it is so fucking cute. I want more of those like models. That is like my favorite kind of model. Now I'm curious how many VTuber fan games exist out there. There's actually quite a few. Admittedly, though, there is not as many as like a lot of other kind of sort of things. But the benefit you have is that the so you have to have overlaps of communities to get this to kind of work, right? So what I mean by this is like with there's no nice way of saying it. With furries, there is a lot of furry-orientated games because IT is very furry dominated. So you've got a lot of software engineers, a lot of hardware engineers. A lot of them are furries. They dominate the IT field. This is something that's very well known. So therefore, it's unsurprising that a lot more games orientate towards stating that. But with like, the fact is with holocure, with hololive alone, we've got holocure, we've got holox break, we've got idle showdown, and then there's the Mario Kart one as well that's getting designed, I believe. With Niji Sanji, I don't think there's anything really there. There's something for, I think there's also Hollow World, isn't it called? It's supposed to be kind of like a survival open world where it says some of the characters. I'm not sure on that one. But for Niji, I don't think there's much. For Shoujo, I think there's like 1 or 2 things. And then there's obviously when like Iron Mouse has done her game jams as well, right? Most likely because I was watching Thor shorts and waiting holocure stream. Yeah, that's fair. I think Selene has a Jump King fan game. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. But like, that's the idea, right? Is like, the space is rather slim at this point. And that's not because like, of anything other than there's not been a huge amount of overlap with software engineers or game developers that would be doing that sort of stuff. Because if you look at fan games, one of the big ones is like Toho, right? Toho has a shitload of fan games and a shitload of content in general. Why is that? It's pure and simply because a lot of the fans of that franchise are creative, like excessively creative. That's why we get fan art and stuff like that. However, also at that same time, when you include creative, you have to include programmers. And it's unsurprising that like there's probably both Japanese and Western audiences. Randomly, there's going to be quite a few programmers nowadays, or game designers or something like that, because you don't need to know programming knowledge excessively to make a game. As kind of evident with this game is that like I started this 2 years ago, and while I had a lot of coding background, I hadn't really designed a game before. And this weapon here, a lot of this key functionality here, this hasn't changed. This is actually still pretty much what this weapon did when I first made this game, and this was the first weapon we made. Like, the only thing that was really done before this was making a room and making a player sprite and move. That was it. That is all that existed, and that was before like we had running animations. All I had was Vox's idle animation, his original idle animation. That was the only thing I had to work with. That's why its particles are really, really simple, because it was like my early stages of getting and doing the art for this. Some of this has changed, obviously, like this time sourcing system for handling things, cooldown architecture, and then the architecture around it, so it actually is like much more manageable. But overall, most of this hasn't changed. A lot of this game has changed, right? But like that's kind of a point, is that a few things haven't. I think like one of the, I don't think there's much else that has stayed similar. I know upgrades have like been reworked a bunch of times, but they've more or less stayed very similar, how upgrading works. But other than that, yeah, no, it's actually quite fascinating to see like how much this game has changed. Fun fact, the first stream I ever did with this game was introducing the directional arrow. It's because it was a birthday stream I did, and I decided to do some programming for it. And I did that last year. So it was like half a year into its development. I decided to just go with that, right? And yeah, no, it's fascinating because like I look back and the game I have in front of me now is nothing like that game in terms of just the baseline stuff. The basic concept's still the same because it's still a Vampire Survivors clone, but the rest of it's changed so much, and that's really incredible to me. Okay, so I need to look at res effects. Res effects are weird, and I need to probably look at some of the stuff around the one item that I hate. I don't want to rework this item. Grandpa's deck. Grandpa's deck is possibly one of the most, like, one of the best examples of some of the worst code of this game. But it's also so finicky that I don't know if I can do anything to it. Right, so that's the Karibo casing. So I don't care about the Karibo. Monster Reborn, here we go. I hope you don't put too much pressure on yourself. Oh, I have. I work well under pressure. I've worked in IT before, so a few years, so. I've worked in IT, I've completed a degree, I'm halfway through another one, but I'm probably going to drop it. I am very good at being a workaholic, and that's the best way to do it. Do I burn out sometimes? Sure, but the amount of work that I get done for a game that I'm doing completely, like, at this stage, I'm completely on my own with this. I have had some assistance from a friend from time to time, and I have yoinked some free asset art from time to time to just cover the difference. I mean, some of the button icons, that's stuff that I didn't make. That's free asset work. Like, I can use it freely. Okay, so I don't think... Whoops, that's not what I want to pull up. Is this how it's supposed to be done? Find all. Alright, initializations. Create. So no, this is not how it's supposed to be done now. Compared to other Survivors games and trying to represent each VTuber accurately, yes. No, I again, that's the reason why I have said, like, if you don't see your favorite VTuber on the list, it's not that I don't want to do them, it's that, like, please give me time. I need to make sure I'm better at design with ones that I know I can do comfortably, right? Like, let's look at the game actually for a split second, because I kind of like showing this, because I've made every character with the intention of not only them being accurate to them, but having a purpose, a way to play the character and it makes sense, right? So I can't easily show Iron Mouses because you can't actually show the originals. This up here is the assist stuff, but we'll talk about that later. So Mary, we've got creative / fiction, right? And I feel like I've done this one justice. It's got 3 different key effects that it'll do. 4 different effects that it'll do. So it's got a creative diversity going with it. We've got summon a temporary BEWD, which is blue eyes, white dog. To attack, it restores some health on hit, can stun enemies, or has a chance to execute non-boss enemies. Like, the idea is it's wild and wacky, right? Grandfather's deck, it gives you one of 3 random effects on a cycling cooldown. Summon a brown fuzzball that knocks back enemies, get a mirror bubble that prevents damage instances, or a monster restore that is the res effect, right? Then his EX is you get all of the buffs of his passive. His passive is you get a random buff of 20% every 30 seconds, which is just one of your stats get buffed. And then this one is his ability, which is Ink Doggos. When you kill an enemy, have a 10% chance to send out a little Ink Doggo to deal 5 damage. It's a nice, simple, overall concept. Oh I'll show Iron Mouse's. Iron Mouse's is probably one of the more like interesting ones in my eyes, but I do kind of possibly want to tweak it a little bit. So you got Iron Mike, which is deal 30% of the healing you received in an area around you. So it's kind of like the garlic effect, but it's very much based on your healing. So if you don't have any healing, this is actually useless because it has base damage. It has a very low base damage, but yeah. And why do you? Yeah, like why my favorite 10 subs VTuber? That exactly right. Like we've talked about that before. Then you got her item, right? Her item here, which is gain area based on your max health, your armor, and your health regen with less effectiveness for max health because it became obscene when we let it be anything higher than this. It was bad. EX is screen wipe and all EXP comes towards you. Passive is increase healing and assist effects by a percentage. The assist effects thing isn't working fully at the moment because I haven't actually rigged all of that up yet. We'll do that at some point. But the point is that like that's actually really good because it's healing amp. And then her ability is health regen. Now, why does the statement of item, passive, and ability, even though these two share an icon? Because ability is what you share when you use an assist. So on here you see Rock on a Hellish Stage, whereas this is Hellborn Rock. This is her assist, which is, in Iron Mouse's case, it's literally just a longer cooldown version of her EX. But for some characters, it's a different effect. So this is actually kind of a cool thing. Junie, I like Junie's. So you've got Moth Goop, which is fire out particles that will apply DOT. We're actually going to rework this a little bit soon. So it can actually have stacking DOTs, so it makes it really, really strong. Then we've got Mothaholic. This one's kind of not showing how powerful this is properly. But so it says gain 1% per level of cooldown reduction is the idea. I don't think the wording's working correctly, but I'll fix that. But it goes cooldown reduction, then it gives movement speed, then it gives area as well. So it's progressively strong. Full Moon, she turns into Full Moon. Puntable is her passive, where it's a little baby that floats around you that echoes one of your weapons every 5 seconds. And then Moth Numies, which is just gain movement speed when you deal damage, stacking up to 5 times. So you get quite a bit of movement speed on this character, which is quite nice. I like Junie's very monster-looking model. I don't think it will fit as a skin here, though. So, you want to know what the worst part with Junie is that her item's going to get improved. I'm going to actually increase what her item effectiveness is, because I need to give it another level. Because I need to give her racing outfit now. And I need to potentially give her the same as that last one in the back, because I actually have models for her. So fun thing that can't be shown easily, when Mothaholic is equipped to Juniper and it levels up, she actually cycles between skins. So the first skin she'll cycle to is her specimen skin after her base skin, and then she'll cycle to what I've called the Fanta skin. So we're going to have her cycle through these, which is weird because we do actually have skins in the game. If I go here, you can see Iron Mouse change thing. But for Juniper, I do plan on doing skins for her eventually, which is going to be the nightmare of doing her, because it's basically, if I do a skin for Juniper, I have to do, like, 5 skins, basically. I just at least can copy the thematic. We've got Aura, right? So she is very much a late game scaling kind of character. Her Aura Slash eventually gets a wave effect that it will fire out. Her item is reduce her EX cost. Her EX is deal a giant slash in an area. Helpful Rambit is her passive, which is Rambit just goes around and does one of 3 things. It'll give you a shield, it will deal damage in an area around it, or every once in a while, or it will just go and pick up experience for you, which is cool. I like that. And then Ramsnacks, which is her ability, which has a chance for experience to be dropped as Ram instead, which gives more experience and reduces your cooldown of the EX by 1 second. So it means if you can reduce your EX a bunch with this. Get this, you stack up your EX really, really quickly and really fast. So you can use it quite regularly. Good old Gura, Atlantean Trident. Throw a trident in a direction. Travels, deals damage, pierces through. That's about it. Reflection is her item, which is after killing a set amount of enemies, get a burst of cooldown rate and movement speed, which is really good. Her EX is fire off a shark in a direction that amps damage temporarily. And damages, obviously. Just keep swimming while moving, gain stacking movement speed. At full bonus, you deal a very small amount of damage in an area around you. And then she also has a res effect as her ability, which is it automatically triggers your EX, but it restores you to 50% health, which is really solid. There's a lot of characters that's going to be very good on as an ability. Shy Lily, Gushing Blowhole creates zones around you that's deal a little bit of damage and suck in enemies, and then deals a pillar, like a pillar spawns and deals more damage and knocks enemies away from the center. Her item is you get increased damage based on current missing health, slightly amplified. And then at higher levels, it also gives armor. Her EX is actually probably one of the most actually defining EXs, one with an actual definition, because I haven't written proper definitions for the rest. Where it's you summon a massive whirlpool around you, sucking in enemies and dealing damage. You're locked in place and you're invulnerable. You're you're invulnerable during this time. So it's a fairly safe thing. It's good for tanking, which is the idea of Shayla. She's supposed to be very point blank range. Shanya's Mark is her passive, which is when you deal damage, have a chance of increasing the damage the enemy takes, stacking up to so many times. And then her ability is Womp Womp, which is after moving a set amount of units, deal damage in a small area around you, but it has a half-second cooldown. Monarch's a good one. Monarch deals damage with a fairly linear slash blade. At later levels, it gets increased critical... Is it critical chance or critical damage? I can't remember. It's one of those two. Then her item, which is probably one of the more obscene ones, I'll be honest. Because if you can get a build working for this is going to get very strong. This actually got nerfed. Which is insane. So it's cooldown reduction, then gain damage in area based on 50% was 100% of your cooldown reduction, but loses effect when your health is not full. Her EX is a cycle between doing one of two things, toggles each time, stun all enemies or deal a massive amount of damage. Passive, create fields nearby that slow enemies. I can't remember, is this affected by cooldown? I think I might have made this affected by cooldown. Because the idea is it's kind of like what Crony has, right? Except instead of stun, it's a massive slow field. And then She-Ego, her ability, gain critical damage, and whenever you deal a critical, restore 1 health times the level of the critical. And then Matara is the one that's currently getting worked on, so you can see how her icons aren't correct. Honeyed Claws it does a slash and it's based on your amount. Her item is literally you get more amount. Her EX is you get big, go immune, and deal damage where you walk and gain area. Metamorphosis is her passive. Gain damage and health on kills, stacking. It's supposed to be a set amount of times, but obviously that's giving an undefined error. Also have 10% chance of triggering Honeyed Claws. So you get an echo of your first ability, but it's not actually going to be a proper echo. It is literally a one-off echo. It's not going to get the amount bonus that this does. And then Alien Cocoon is a res effect that when it's on cooldown, you get health regen. Then Booby. Booby's fun one. So you get a slash in front of you with claws. It's a fairly solid one. It's nothing amazing. But Infernal Contract, when dropping below a set amount of HP, restore health, gain damage. Pretty cool. EX is just deal damage in an area around you. Then Devilish Devices is his passive, which is when you trigger your main weapon, your Demon Claws trigger, dash in its direction, so you actually get a dash effect going with this. And then his ability, which is why he's probably one of the most universally used passives, or one of the most universally used assists, gain damage from kills, and every few 100 kills you get a health restore effect. Kason, personal favorite of mine. Sakura Storm is her weapon. Is very point blank range, and then eventually does a second slash behind you. Her item, Kumichao, takes a percentage of damage and does it over time instead. So you basically get like a mitigated, like a over time damage reduction sort of effect. EX is just gain a massive stat bonus to, I think, crit damage and cooldown. Her passive, Gang Grit, when taking damage, gain armor and damage for her thing, stacking up to so many times. So it's about staying in the fight. And then to facilitate that, you have number 1 Hostess, which is when you're out of combat, you heal for a percentage of your max health. So when you're not taking damage. So the idea is that you can be in the middle of the fight, stack up your stacks, go quite long. If you're feeling like you can't keep going, you run the fuck away and heal back up. But it means that you're going to lose your Gang Grit stacks, which is kind of rough. So it's a point blank range, very interesting kind of idea. And then good old Vox is our last one here, which is summon the cherry blossoms around him. And it gets pretty obscene how many cherry blossoms you can give floating around you. It's a lot of instances of it. And then his item, whenever you deal damage, you have a chance of healing a flat amount, which is a very small amount, mind you. Keep this in mind. Because we're talking about characters that are sitting around like 1,000 health is the benchmark. So 2 health is not much. EX, deal massive waves of damage. Passive is get an area around you that reduces enemy movement speed and increases the damage they take. And then his ability is enemies have a chance to drop 1 of 2 items. Either an item that restores a bit of health or an item that gives you a small damage buff for a portion of time. These do not like stack up the damage buff, so it's kind of meh. But it's a nice one to help push some enemies going further. With all the VTubers, I can't imagine creating so many different kits. Yeah, that is actually part of the hard thing of this, is trying to find ways to not having characters overlapping. So far, I've accomplished that. None of these characters feel obscenely out of the way. But hey, nothing like Enalock. Yeah, that is something I am trying to do my best, right? Is try and never have... So Iron Mouse is actually one of the best examples of a character that has been nerfed multiple times. Iron Mouse is probably still, to this day, one of the most consistently strong characters. I would argue nowadays, though, the strongest character is either maybe Aura or Kason, in my opinion. To be fair, though, I think Matara is going to be the new queen of strength, just because her kit's really, really good at scaling, and it's really good at scaling fast. But yeah, holocure healing characters, healing characters can be very, very strong if left unchecked. Iron Mouse is the reason why that's been nerfed so many times, right? Is like the fact that if we just quickly switch to another character and look at her kit again, the fact is healing deals damage. I immediately have to really heavily consider how the fuck I make healing in this game. I can never just give you percentage healing. Right? I can never give you just percentage healing. Because the moment I do, you're going to pick Iron Mouse, you're going to get that percentage healing, and you're going to break the game. There's a very particular reason why a lot of like the really strong effects are going to be locked behind passives. Passives, EXs are going to be where like the most defining aspects of a character is going to be. There's a reason why like this is probably going to get buffed, I'm going to be honest. I'm probably going to improve Hell's Bells because I think it's a little weak at the moment and it doesn't offer enough. But it's one of those things that like very quickly it could be too much. Because any healing getting amplified is a lot of healing amplification. That's a lot of healing. Now, there's an argument to be made, well, what if you run, like... There is a particular build, and I'm slightly scared of it, where you get timeline binding, you play as Iron Mouse, and you run Caisson as your assist, right? The reasoning behind that is that, you get the health regen, you get the full health effect, so you get enough area to compensate, and then you just run around like a lunatic. That's why Caisson's healing doesn't actually activate unless you're missing health. There's a method to my madness with a lot of these. I'm very, very particular in making sure that like certain things don't occur. However, Caisson would be probably still a good assist. Why? Because it means that if you go out of combat and you have lost a lot of health, your healing is amplified. That's pretty good. But it does mean that like healing amplification is a dangerous thing to add to abilities because Iron Mouse will perpetuate it really, really high. There's a reason why Booby is her best option is because he gives a little bit of damage, but he gives a 10% heal every once in a while, right? So that's the idea. And again, Speak of the Devil is just an insane item. And the benefit you have to keep in mind is unlike something like holocure or anything like that, items, weapons are not restricted to a character. There is no restrictions on weapons and items at this stage. The only restriction is when it comes to abilities and passives. Passive is locked 100% to the character it's from. Ability is not. Ability is obtainable via assist. And EX is also locked. But again, assist is not locked. Assist, that's the point. Is that if I have Iron Mouse as my assist, I get her assist ability and her ability. Also, yes, hello, hello there. Nice to see. So should I start playing this so I can get currency and head start? That, if you want to do that, wait for the work on the next update, not this major update, because this major update's just introducing bosses. That's the work at the moment. The next one is actually going to be adding in the meta currency stuff. For now, it's just an experience, because again, the game is still kind of on that earlier side. Because if we head in, this is actually one of the big things. If I move this up, you'll see that there's this thing down here. So these are the portals to enter the run. You can get modifiers for them, and there's always going to be modifiers. Some of them are pretty low end, but if we go up here, you see how this has a number 2. We can add modifier 8, which is basically a value of 8 for modifiers, and you can see very quickly modifiers have gotten a longer list and much more intense ones. So we have Apex as one of the best ones in the game, for example, which is you get stats per level, just straight up, but levels are harder to get. Healthy is just get a little bit of max health. I am die, thank you forever, is explosions will occur randomly around you. This one's actually kind of rough, because it's a lot of damage that can potentially occur, and it can really direct your game plan more than you wanted it to. Enemies use Harden, get armor. Enemy haste, gets more movement speed. Rejected by Oshi, which is start with less health, so that counteracts healthy completely, but it also gives you percentage less healing. So it's 25% less healing I can obtain. I would not want to do this run with Iron Mouse. That would be actually really detrimental, because it means my damage would be lower, especially early. Here's another one, so Bell's Yoga, we get reduced speed, but we gain a lot of area and pickup range to compensate. Dem gains, we get max health and permanently more health every enemy killed, or every few enemies killed. Quick start with a level. This one's basically the same negative modifiers. Rejected by Oshi, that's great. I feel like I've done a good bit of taste with some of the modifiers. I mean, you've got Perfectionist as one of the positive modifiers, which I feel like this one was just on point, which is having not taken damage for some time and your health is full, getting a percentage of the experience required for the next level per, I think it's 5 seconds. There is another one in here that's really funny. I can just refresh quickly and see if I can find it. No, so far I'm getting the same modifiers. Again, the modifier list isn't that long at this point, so it's very easy to get the same ones. Here we are. Don't do it. This is one of my favorite ones. This is actively supposed to be one of... There's a reason why you only get these, which are like valued at 1, right? And you get don't do it, which is valued very high. So these ones are kind of cool. Old batteries, you get more EX charges, so you can thing. But we've got quick start, rolling with it, so you get rerolls, all that. Oh, cool. Who are all the characters? I recognize a few. Are they all going to be VShoujo? Not all VShoujo. Admittedly, there's a lot of VShoujo, though, because we've got Iron Mouse, Kason, and Matara in here. But as you can see, Gura is there, Mary, Aura, GX Aura, sorry, Monarch, Shy Lily. We've got Matara is your favorite. You know what the fun part is, right? So we've got splash arts for all of them. Matara's is one of those ones where I'm just like, it was really hard to draw that because you're wanting to draw it with one hand. She's a very pretty woman. Anyway, don't do it. Start at 1 in health. Healing is 50% less effective. Deal 10% less damage. Enemies gain 20% health, speed, damage, and spawn rate, spawn amount. Don't do it is a really rough modifier. Again, there is a reason why this is like a very high weighted one that can only occur at higher ranks. I have modifiers like this that is so fun. I am really, really excited to see how things are going to be. Is Full Moon Juniper going to be a final boss? Even better. If I go and select Juniper, right, and we go into a run, I'm going to quickly switch down the modifiers so we don't have a thing. So we'll go back to 2. And we just do a bit of a run with her for now. Oh yeah, I need to one day actually fix that model. That's still using the placeholder art that originally was the thing. I'm just gonna force some levels for a moment. This is debug stuff, don't worry too much. But you get to see kind of like what the leveling looks like a little bit. Right. So I've got some stuff, and you see how like Juniper actually looks different now than what she started with. This is her specimen model now. If I force level and try and find Morthaholic, you'll see, boop. It's supposed to have a particle that sits over the top. It's not working currently because that got some positional data got changed. But yeah, she actually changes her model in game when you level up her item, Morthaholic. Which I had to go with Morthaholic, right? I thought that was just on point. Now, so you were asking about Full Moon, right? So do you want to see one of the best EXs I designed, and I think this is probably to date, in-game, the best EX. I'm going to press the EX button, because it's full charge now. Now, admittedly, that is really, really hard to look at some moments. I'm going to toggle that off quickly. Oh, it broke. What did broke? Global UI. I know what that. I'll fix that later. But yeah, so the idea is that that's her alt. Is she can turn into Full Moon. The thing that needs to be fixed about Full Moon is that I do intend to have a model variation for each of her models as well. Like what we saw with thing. That's so Coco special from holocure. To be fair, you say that this has been done for fucking like a year. So if anything, no. To be fair, that's not the only character that's gonna hit. I love how most of the EXs for bug-related VTubers, by the way, as they grow big and go insane, right? Like that's something that I find very funny, is that it's been consistently one of the design things, and that was not intentional. Matara is that she grows big, Juniper is that she grows big. It's great, it's great. I found it really funny. 100% not intentional. Just saying that very clearly. I think there was another VTuber that we were going to have as grow big, but I can't remember who it was, and I think they were also bug related. When Patara grows big so she can eat us. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it had to be like her grow big and turn into a giant scary roach, right? Who else was grow big? I know there's someone else that's grow big. That's been like in the design process. I can't remember who though. Something giant bug fetish. Yeah. Pretty much, right? Let's see. Is it someone in the next in the list? Zentreya. Zentreya is the only other one at the moment that I think is guaranteed to be good, grow big, but she, again, ironically enough, you can call me out with Zentreya being more likely, kind of like the Coco special, because she's going to turn into a dragon. I thought that was going to be an interesting idea for it. But yeah, it's maybe someone will become a big dragon for ult. I mean, there's an argument to be made. I just fucking copy, what's his name? The dragon that got added to League recently. Cinder? Is it? Or something like that? Make his, thing. Can't believe I haven't asked you. Who's your Oshi? So that's one that I've always struggled with answering, but I've gotten better at answering it more concisely nowadays. I don't really have an Oshi, however, I very, very hugely look up to Iron Mouse, because she is basically, one, she's the reason this game's getting made, and two, is a huge inspiration in my life. Because I've got medical conditions that are quite debilitating, and seeing someone do such amazing work, regardless of having anything go like that, was really, really eye-opening. But yeah, so I would probably consider her the closest example of an Oshi. But yeah, the game would not exist if it wasn't for her, because it was back really early on in Vampire Survivors. I was playing it, and I was watching Iron Mouse's stream at the same time. And I was like, man, I would love to see like her in a game like this. Then like a year later or whatever, Holocure came out, and I was like, oh, you can do that. And that's when I kind of like started really considering some of the design ideas for it. What language am I going to use? So I'm using GML. It is the in-house language for the Game Maker Studio engine. That is the one that I use for programming. As you can see here, it is mostly a kind of, I believe it's C# under the hood. So it's basically very C-based, if you understand any of that sort of stuff. Doesn't always make sense, but yeah. It's been happening in video games forever, yeah. To Oshis, like if you moved it to Oshis, it's a little bit harder as well, because it's like most of Shoujo, a lot of Hololive are huge inspirations to me. They're all awesome people. There's a lot of independents. Again, Juniper is a great example of that. There's a few others that I'm just not recalling the name of right now. Pretty much the list of characters that are getting added would be equivalent to like what I would call Oshi, right? If you were doing that. Oh, you can do that and just make a game? Never thought about that. Yeah, like that's the thing. Just go make games. It's actually not that hard nowadays. We have great tutorials out there. Fuck. On this stream, there are like these streams that I've been doing for game dev. There have been multiple people that turn up and just go like, and I talk with them about it, and they're like, "Wow, that actually sounds doable." And it's like, yeah, it is. Do you have any idea how realistic making a game is? Don't go in thinking you're gonna make the next World of Warcraft, mind you, but right? It gives it an easier thing, makes it harder. It is. It's the way I say, like. I have always struggled with that kind of like that Oshi concept because of that. And it is very much a personal, I suck at picking favorites. Because it's like, what's my favorite for this? What's my favorite for that? It's like, what's my favorite gaming VTuber, right? Is probably a better way of kind of going to things. What's my favorite? Well, okay, then that becomes a question of, are they in a group? Are they not? If we're talking, like, group gameplay, I know Monarch's pretty high up there, so is Matara. Individually, I know Zentreya's incredible. She's really, really good. For like specific banter, I definitely like Mume with a lot of people. She's really, really funny. That's kind of that thing. It's the same with TV shows. It's the same with all media. Is I see value in everything, right? That's why I watch really, really trashy shows all the time. Is regardless of how good a show is, I will find a way to make value out of it. Also, the camera just not wanting to focus all of a sudden. Come on, camera. There you go. Like, one I'm watching at the moment, I don't think it's excessively that good, but it's, was it Wisteria Sorcery and Swords? I think is the name of the series. That one I'm enjoying because it's actually really, it's doing OP in a really nice way. It's something that is kind of rare in anime nowadays. Is nowadays, like, OP means power fantasy, character is unbeatable, and unreachable. And while the main character in that one is kind of that, it's done in a way that makes it feel so much more real, and so much more obtainable. And that is actually something I really appreciate. It's like, is this person completely beyond, like, normal mortal means? Sure. But, like, it's done in a way that makes that acceptable, in a sense. That's the important thing, right? Then you've got, like, Arcane, which has been awesome as well. I've been enjoying the second season of that. I'm not going to talk about it, and I'm also going to say no spoilers. We've done soft spoilers a little bit in the chat, the talks before, but those that want to watch it should be allowed to. They might not be able to watch it right now. And those that don't care don't want to be harassed by constantly hearing about Arcane. Also, the camera is unfocusing yet again. Let's see. Is that? There we go. Gave a follow on Twitch, but I have to go now. Go for now. Good luck and have a nice day. To you as well there, Thunder Nugget. Thank you very much. And yeah, no, I hope you have a good day, and I hope that I made your day just a little bit better, because that's always the important thing. So, we were going to look at res effects. Res effects are very archaic in the game as it currently stands, is the problem. So, what I mean by this statement is that currently this is using the old architecture for how I do res effects, and that's not good. What we need to be doing, so you can see here it's got like an array unshift, array, and it's got an actual array here, a global array that's getting pushed to, and then it's got this, right? That's not what we want to have. What we want to actually have happening is the architecture that I have designed and will be best found in scripts, initialization. I believe I need to look for player initialization here. Is this system here. So this is a way of storing them safer. So you can see here there's resurrection, duration, resurrection, rechargeable, and resurrection once off. This is designed so it can order these effectively. Because realistically, if we think about it, let's pull up Paint to kind of draw this as we go, because it's always better to see visually what the hell I'm talking about. So if I was to die, right? So HP equals 0, right? So what res effect would we want to use first? Well, if I've got 3 res effects, one is a limited time that it will be around for. No, don't die. Yeah. Well, that's the idea, all right? But if it's a limited time that it's available for, then we've got this one, which is it recharges, but it does get used, so it has a cooldown. And then this is a once off, right? So you get a buff that, like, you pick up something that gives you a resurrection effect, but it's only once it's used, it's gone, right? Think of tiramisu in Vampire Survivors. Once you use one of the reses of that, it's gone. You would want it to go in this order. You would want to use up the one that is going to disappear anyway, right? So we'd want to make sure we tick this off and go, cool, we've used these ones first. Then you'd want to use the ones that come back after a portion of time, but still have a cooldown. Why is that? Is because this one is the one that you want to protect as much as possible. So it should go down in this daisy chaining order. That is why we've got them separated. Now, there is arguments to be made that instead of making it as separate variable structures like what I've done here, I could just make this one big array and then like segment out the array to make it a two-dimensional array. But that's when it starts just getting to a point where it's like the data storage comparison versus doing 3 variable arrays versus one array that's multi-dimensional. It's minuscule. It's absolutely minuscule what we'd be dealing with in memory space changes. So it's just better to do this because it means that I have way more readability as the developer for this, which is what's more important at the end of the day. Is if your program is more readable, you can optimize it more than if it was optimized and you can't understand what the fuck you're looking at. This is why macros exist, right? I use a lot of macros in this, and literally those macros can be 0, 1, 2, whatever. They can just be that value, but it means I can recall that value without having to remember what the fuck that value is. Actually, the better example of that is colors, right? So if we go to main, I believe it is, and go to the create event in here. So this is an example here, is EXP values. Under this sort of thing, this is how we modify EXP values as they go up. But here, text color. You can see here, all of these have a defined value and they're an actual color. It's easier than trying to remember all these colors, isn't it? Just go text color dot default. Oh, look, I've got white. It means I can also change this here and it will change the entire program to adjust. Default shadow as well. Here, health related values and text, regen, all that. So this makes it really, really fast and easy if I go, you know what, that color doesn't work. Let's change it. So this is why it's all about readability. Do I need this bit of code? Could I arguably make it more efficient by writing this every single time in the same spots as this? Sure, there would be technically, slightly, maybe more efficient. Maybe. Is that a wise idea though? No. Again, efficiency is less important than readability to the developer at the end of the day. So, I believe we have resurrection scripts here. This is what is supposed to handle a lot of our resurrection architecture. And this is why we're going to probably just add in another function here. For removing a resurrection. Now, I believe it's probably going to be name that I'm going to need, right? Yeah. Oh. But yeah, you can see with all of this, like, this stuff starts just getting very, very silly with the writing, but this means that things work just better in general. And is this function that I'm doing here probably necessary? Not really, no, because all it's going to do is basically execute this. So instead of I, we're going to do var. Let's see. I need to put this above. Yeah, I probably don't need index. I can probably just run this like this. So I'm gonna need this. It dot that I dot. I think it is just name. God damn it! Press the right fucking button. There we go. Name. And then just writing a little bit of extra. So when you're running a function, if you ever use, this is with C coding, if you use return, it will break the function there and then. It will stop the function from further running. So what we're doing here is we're basically going, hey, is there a res effect with this name in our list? Cool, there is. Guess what? We're going to remove it. And then we're going to quit out of the rest of the function. Cool, right? So then we're going to repeat that process for each of these things. So the idea with how this is going to function is that this is just going to go through all of our res effect lists and just go, hey, is this name in here? Cool, we'll remove it. It is our way of being able to remove these much more efficiently and faster, and because I'm only passing through one value to check it, there's an argument to be made. I could pass through type and then have it switch type like this, so it's actually much easier. But oh, also you can see here there's some sorting that I have here, so this will go through and it will resort the durations. So if you have a shorter duration, it will put it at the front of the list of the resurrection durations, right? And then I can't remember what this one is. Oh, it's shorter recharge time. It'll check for the shorter recharge. And then this one is compare sort list. What is this one? It's because it is just... I actually don't know what that's checking for. Is that checking for the heal that it will do? I might need to look at that. That might not be done as intention, but the duration one I know is intended, how it's done. Oh, I think I was gonna add in like values for waiting, but we'll see. If it's a recharge one, I should probably pass through the value of pass through the value that is its cooldown, right? So we can figure out what's the shortest cooldown. So we'll use your shorter cooldown res effects first as a priority. Which is just arguably the correct way to do it. Cool. Now, the reason why, by the way, I am definitely using the return false here is because this way I can check, did this actually trigger? So that's why we've got the return true. It's like, did this trigger? It removed it? Cool. I know it's removed it. Goes through and returns false. I know it didn't remove it, so I can take action according. Does this mean I'm going to use that? No, it doesn't have to be used. It just means it can be used. This is just a good thing to have, right? It's the same with here. It's like return true if a res effect is used. This one's a bit different because this actually does need to know if a res effect got used, because it's triggering the events, and then it will go true, so it tells the code that's using the res effects, hey, you don't need to do anything anymore right now. It's like the player has not died, is basically the idea. So it won't run a game over script, which that's going to be changed as well, because we do need to change the rules. Talked about this, is it's okay for players to die if they're once we add in multiplayer, because a player can die and that's cool. If everyone's dead, then the game will end, because that's an indication that you're probably not in the right space. You're not got the right build, you're not got the right whatever, whatever. You'll figure it out. Or you might be punching above your bracket, right? Like, high-end modifiers are going to be designed with the intention that you probably have some meta upgrades available to you. Because one of the things that I keep iterating this, and it's like, I keep reiterating this, and it's just like really important to acknowledge. The characters right now are significantly more powerful than they will be when we add meta upgrades. Because we're going to pull a lot of values down so we can add in the meta upgrades, which will give them more power than they currently have at its maximum. The game is designed at the moment so it is playable. That is the intention. So everything should be doable with the current updates, but there's going to be restrictions for the fact that, like, when we get to harder things. Oh, actually, can I show off? So yesterday I was doing some concepting for the bosses that we've been working on. I didn't do any more work with Knife Doggo. Knife Doggo is still kind of just where we left them off, because I'm just kind of wanting to just draw them for now. I'm not wanting to actually get them rigged up correctly. Because I think Knife Doggo, where is it? Knife Doggo is still like in the process of its rigging architecture. So if we actually just remove all the rigging, that's what Knife Doggo looks like. All right. Which it needs a little bit more work because we need to finish doing the rigging thing. Because if you see with this, you can see that it actually does have movement. We just need to move the parts around accordingly. So that's Knife Doggo. The one I worked on yesterday, and I'm actually pretty content with, is Queen of Clothes, which is the first hard boss we added. So she is what's considered kind of... So again, the term normal boss and hard boss exists. Normal bosses are bosses that are strong, difficult to beat, but are doable. Hard bosses are bosses that are just... They require a little bit more effort. They will be definitely more difficult to fight. In fact, there is a good shout that if you do not have like a really strong build, they will wipe the floor with you. Queen of Clothes is an example. She is... I believe she gets passive health regen based on her missing health. So she just... You need to like get her low-ish and nuke the shit out of her with damage. So you want to save like EXs that deal damage for that instance. The Queen of Clothes is a very subtle reference, and I think I did pretty decent with keeping the reference alive, but also making it so it's not too damn obvious, right? But I thought this was funny. The best part of this outfit, by the way, is that I've made a joke with it, and I'm going to show you guys the joke. So I'm going to make a layer so I can draw over the top of it. But did you know that, truthfully, this here isn't her face? No. Do you know what her face is? It's these eyes. Look at these eyes, and then think about it. She's got a cat face. It's a giant evil cat. Be fearful. Someone pointed out to me that it kind of looked like that, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make that like a joke that I... But yes, this is Queen of Clothes. I've also separated the parts correctly, so it should actually be pretty easy to rig her up correctly when when we get to the time for it. Should be just like moving these parts around a little bit, these layers. And I did spend like the extra time to more or less actually have this, because this didn't originally have like full body stuff. It was completely like the hair as well. The hair is really funny though, because with this it looks correct. With this it's like, what the fuck's wrong with her hair? It looks so stupid. But yes, very subtle reference, right? As all of the bosses are. To be fair, technically Party Animal is like, while it's a reference, it is probably the most like creatively unique one that we've done. Alright. It's the one that I've just worked very hard on. I'm very happy with. Only boss that's in the game at the moment. It's actually like programmed in and everything correctly. And has its assets, unlike the others that currently look like the fucking angel from Evangelion, right? I think that's what it is. Is it Ramiel? This is what it is? Oh, I fucking can't remember. My friend would immediately just start like frothing at the mouth if I said the wrong one. So, now that we've got this done, let's go to the items. And I'm going to have to give a bit of code for this to tell me if this is being used. What's worse is, like, so this is the issue with how this is the old code, is I'm gonna have to scroll a shitload for this. Because the current one is this. Yeah, so this is what the code used to look like when it came to doing items. This is what it looks like now. You can see just the sheer fucking improvements. And some of this is still using some of the new code, like for example, its description has been updated. Oh my god, this uses the fucking old reset description. Holy shit, I need to get rid of that. That would explain why its description disappears. Yeah. Because, like, to give an idea, this is what the level up array used to look like. This is what the level up array looks like now. So much better, right? Okay, so basic res is there. Grandfather's debt can be the name. Level up then versus level up now. It's really fascinating, again, looking back at really old code, right? Add resurrection. It doesn't need any arguments. The name can be item.name. The type is a duration one. So it's 0, and the duration is cooldown. And then we're just going to control K that. So, whoops. And then I'm going to have show debug message res pushed. Just so I know when I have the res effect triggered, because technically speaking, it would be very obvious, but it's best to make sure, right? Now, I'm going to re-enable another debug tool. Quickly. Where is that debug tool? It's probably in main, isn't it? Yeah. I should actually really, like, properly set up a debugging architecture at some point so it's easier to see. Let's see. Okay. So we now have that in there. So if we launch the game, select Mary, and then wait till we have the res effect, we'll see what happens. See if we crash or not. If we crash or if we dive, these are the two things that we need to test for. Let's go Mary. Still one of the coolest weapon particles, by the way, in my opinion. So we're currently getting cooldown buff from them. Damage and crit. So just double check, if I press O, yeah, I deal damage to myself, cool. I'm just gonna move that quickly. So we're still looking for in the output debug log for thing. I should double check. Yeah, that does crash. Okay. I'm just going to force crash that so I can actually speed up the item. Because the cooldown, if we reduce the cooldown from that to say 10 seconds. Really quickly so we can just speed it up, right? Speed up testing. I still love that warp animation, by the way. I think it's like, I'm actually pretty chuffed with myself on that one. Okay, we got the little Karibo. Res pushed. One incorrect type struct expected a script. Script execute arguments. It's script execute. Got a struct, not a script. Okay. I think so. Yeah. I understand what's happened here. So I mean, the easy answer to fix that is that, right? Because it's on player damage event is a lot of this checking for the use res effects. Because it's when we would check for 0 health, right? It's I've done damage to you, so then check for 0 health. So I swear that just doesn't last for long, does it? Is it supposed to be based off of the cooldown? Is the duration? I might need to look into that. Res pushed. We healed. But if I do this again, I died. Res effects push. Res effects function, yay! Yay! Old res system gets gone. Crab rave. I'm actually really happy that was I had all of the stuff ready for that. That's good. That's very, very good. Does mean that there's like a couple of things I'm gonna have to check for, is because like I don't think those value systems are working correctly, which is fine. But that's pretty huge. I'm actually happy with that. All right, let's turn this back to the 60 seconds. And let's actually just double check some of that code, shall we? So this is the Karibo. What is your duration? Duration. Duration is duration. Duration is set at item duration. Item duration is 10 seconds, is it not? Oh, is it because I'm not writing the weapon correctly? Yeah, it's because it's a weapon. So it's only got a 1 second duration. So it's, what's the wording I need for it again? Because its remove type is duration, so it should be remove duration? Yeah. Remove duration. And then I can remove this bit of code. Again, the issue with really old code is that you have to go over it eventually, and I still need to finish reworking this item. So let's just double check. If I look at this, it is only initialization is when this is used. So we could just get rid of this now. The old death preventions listing is gone, which is great because it was just horrendous. It was like, I cannot define it any better than it was just actively bad. It was just actively bad. So let's go to characters because I want to see what I have written down for gurus. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Good old baby juniper stuff there as well. Because this is the misc dump for some of the abilities, so I can have just a function written and I can just write it somewhere. So it's just out of the way. Which is good and bad. It has its benefits, it has its downfalls. Let's see. Hmm. Oh yeah, Game Maker released a tutorial about adding gamepad support. I might have to look at that and see if there's something I need to do better. Alright. God damn, alright. What the fuck? No. God damn it. Alright. Sorry, I totally am not looking over at Twitter at the moment and seeing someone. It's just like oh, you like the Clone Wars? Name every clone, and someone just literally does. Also, I saw Reina Viz Jr. was fucking considering downloading Genshin Impact, and it's just like one of those, like, the looking through the window going, no! No! Moments. I can see it now. Man downloads it, it's gonna regret it. I bet you. I'm still glad I've never downloaded that game. It just not a wise one. Not a wise one. Star Rail, on the other hand, phenomenal game. I love that game. We eating good as well coming up in Star Rail. Fucking, oh my god, dude, I hate what's happening at the moment because it's like all of the next banners, I'm like, fuck. I kinda want to pull. So what, next is Sunday, then Fugue, which, like, both of those I just want one copy of. I don't give a shit about, like, building them or anything. I just want them. Because, yeah. And then they released the Herder. They've teased the Herder now, which, is Herder, but, like, actually hurt her instead of her little 4-star dolls that we get. Which is fucking rough. And then the next one after that is the first Remembrance Path character, which that one I'm more willing to skip on. Yeah, it's not that I have anything against them. It's just that, like, I'm pretty content with things. It's just Herder is Herder and Herder is Herder. And it's kind of not hard to not want the Herder. I'm gonna lay on the Herder, if you know what I mean. No, but yeah, Sunday I just kind of want to do because I think his character's been awesome. I'm actually really glad with what they've done with his character. And I'm really interested to see what they do next. And Fugue is just one of the... I mean, it's a fox girl. Is it surprising that I want? I have a weakness, and I understand my weakness, and that is, like, cat girls and fox boys and cat boys. I'm not so much for the bunny ones, actually. You know, it's kind of weird. And dogs, wolf. I'll give you a wolf, but dogs, not so much. And if you're gonna ask me if I'm a furry, just know that there is a chart that we can go to look at the ones that I'm like for. And pure and simply, it's the animalistic, like, low-end animalistic features. That's where I stand. I think one series that went, like, it showed me that I could go, like, a little bit more with the fur stuff on. So, like, paws and claws. I was like, okay-ish. But, like, the rest humanoid, and except for ears and tail, I'm okay-ish with that. But it's just getting a bit much for me at that point. Nah, just give me cat ears and a tail, and I'm happy. Or in the fox people's thing, foxtails. Dude, Senko, man. Who doesn't want a Senko-san? Looks after you. Get the muffle with the tail. Good shit. Okay, Mary's EX didn't work, right? We need to double check that one. That's not too surprising though, because I'm gonna be honest, that entire fucking, like, ability, passive and shit has been really, really awkward to balance and fix. Mary has been one of the worst experiences I've had for doing a character, and is why I'm probably just not gonna do a character like this again. No offense to Mary, it is purely my own, like, the fault of the design of what I've done with him. It's just lots of random generation and a lot of weird intersynergy that's just not... I don't think it really benefits the character is the problem at the end of the day. Like, he's just unnecessarily complex. I think if we're talking like gambly sort of things and like RNG, I think they did Pekora in the new holocure update, like exactly how that should be done. Is like have a bit of RNG to it, but like overall pretty consistently understandable. Oh yeah, we're gonna do numbers, right? Like damage numbers and stuff. That's what we should do. Okay. That's what's going on. Okay, let's go. Okay. That should fix the rest of it. The rest of it should be more or less automated. All right. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, fuck. Bloody popping and bones aching. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting very old. My body is not liking that. Bro, I love that the Minecraft movie, the jokes about it at this point, where if it's just like, it is 100% propaganda for getting the children back in the mines. It's fucking true, though. There's no fucking way. Jesus. Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone's been playing it, but I like that. I'm gonna use that in a second. But yeah, no, new set of TFT. It's been awesome so far. I have 100% win rate after 3 games. I'm really loving the new set. It is exactly what I've been wanting for a long time. The last time they did a set like this was far too long ago, where it's just it feels that like so many pathways are so much more viable. Set 10 kind of had this, and I was enjoying set 10 quite a bit, but I did get kind of bored by the end, because there were just some outliers that were just a little too good, and again, meta solving is always a problem. But before that, it was like the last Arcane set. So I'm really happy with the current one. I'm really, really happy with it. But no, I just saw a fucking great joke, right? So, Balatro has been nominated for Game of the Year, by the way. Highly recommend voting for that, unless you've got another one to vote for. Just because indie game of that kind of caliber going up there, awesome times. It's a good game as well. And someone just made like a thing of just like, the Game of the Year was written in Lua, right? And someone's responding to like this thing, and I fucking love this because this is so true. This is genuinely, listen to this if you're ever interested in doing any programming at all, right? Is when people going to realize that things like games are completely agnostic to what language / engine you're using. What engine should I use? Unity sucks. Okay, newsflash, buddy. Once you're out of the programming kindergarten, you figure out that they all suck equally. That is true. Every engine sucks in some way. They all have a limitation. They all have issues. That is the point. Literally, the peak scenario you ever want is, if you want to do a game, is to make an engine yourself from the ground up. The feasibility of that is the problem. That is so much unnecessary amount of work done for something, because it means if you have an engine you've built from the ground up, it means you design it around the game you want. This is why you hear certain indie games do have a custom engine. Why? Because they want to do fluid physics a specific way. They wanted to do this physics this specific way. Noita is a great example of this. Noita is custom coded engine. Why? Because of the physics aspects that they wanted were only really doable with a custom engine. This is what's important to acknowledge. And to be fair, the other thing that I want to say is Balatro, if you've actually looked at some of the code, because they have posted some of it, it is fucking atrocious. It is 90% switch statements. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. But it's a great game. And that is important to keep in mind. It doesn't fucking matter. You do not need to be good at programming. You don't need to be this or that. You just need to be passionate and you'll be able to make something. Think about that. Make what you want to make. Make what you're passionate about and the rest will work out. If your first game doesn't work, that's fine. You've learned. Make the next one. You'll get better. Right? Like, when we go to do the Steam release of this, I'm going to do, like, a massive thing of looking back on some of these streams. And we're going to look at my programming. And we're going to look at the sheer fucking changes this game has gone through. I will handpick out some streams that have got, like, or clips and shit that have got the best examples of that. So we can go over it and just talk about how you improve. You improve as you go. Again, the smartest thing I could possibly do to this game is to rewrite it from the ground up. If I really want this game to be successful and not have issues, that would be the smartest thing. But that is not feasible at this stage. Not for what I want to have done. I have accepted the faults of this game, and I have done my best to mitigate them. We will improve upon it all as we go, and then the final big push between after the last pre-Steam update and the Steam update is going to be where we finish everything. Because that's when we're adding multiplayer. It's when we're adding all of the like finer details and adding the like. It is Steam integration and multiplayer, the only two things intended for that update. Maybe some characters, we will see. Because I'll probably add like 1 or 2 characters that were that are designed with multiplayer being in mind, right? Because at the moment, I do feel that that is something that's lacking. I think there's a lot of characters that just, they don't feel like they have a synergistic to the team kind of aspect. Seraphine from the League of Legends Swarm event is a great example of that. Do I think Seraphine was a good character? No, but did she keep your team alive a lot longer than normal? Yeah, she's very good in a team. And that's the important thing, is like sometimes you need just a character that's good with a team. Now, do they need to also have some like feasibility on their own? Sure, that should be important. Every character should be playable solo, but there's going to be characters that their best comes out when they're playing with a team. Right? That is the balance and tension for everything. Likewise, though, there are also going to be some characters that are just straight up better when they're solo. Right? Kayson's probably going to be a great example of that. I actually do not think Kayson is going to be good in team play, which is... I'm not saying Kayson herself, I'm saying the character design that we've got. Because she wants to tank. She wants to get a lot of that aggro. So without like an aggro increasing aspect of her kit, which we could add potentially... then it's like less impactful. But that's the point, right? Is like we could actually add an aggro mechanic. So we have it so a character with what would probably do is a waiting architecture. Actually, let's pull up a thing to kind of draw this, because this is actually a really good point to be made. Can I get rid of everything? Good. So what I'd probably do is that, say, here is enemy. So it's the slime. And we've got player here and player here. So what we would probably do is have a system where it's like, okay, distance equals some of the weight. So this is a distance of, we'll say 3, and this is a distance of 7. However, say this character here... So this is clearly going to have a higher, like, this is going to have more priority, right? Because it's less distance. However, say this character has a, like, we'll call it a notoriety of 5. Then that potentially means that that counteracts this value, so it actually values out at 2. So this will prioritize this one instead. We could add systems like this. And part of that weighting system could be like an inbuilt character aggro rating. So we have character aggro rating. Potentially we'll add that as a stat, maybe. Checks for player HP. So it might prioritize lower. So plus, or like it will prioritize higher HP, right? So plus higher. And then distance. And then from all of these values getting like combined together, we would probably get our priority. That is a system we could implement, and it probably wouldn't be that hard. We can't really test it at this point, but we could possibly toss this together. No, but what we want to work on at the moment is damage numbers and stuff. So we do not currently have an architecture for damage numbers. And this is an important thing, how I want to do the damage numbers. So let's go look at the old UI. And I think it's in draw event. Yeah, it's floating text. So how do we want to do this? So if we actually think about how numbers are done, it's important to kind of think about what we actually want out of them. So I'm going to quickly look up let's see, how am I best going to find this? No. No, I don't care about builds, I care about numbers. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to launch the game really quickly and do a dev tool. We use the practice tool for it. I might have to. Okay. Be angry with me. I'm just gonna hide my screen for a second though. I'm launching League of Legends really quickly so I can go into its practice tool and look how it does numbers. Because I wanna really think about how it does numbers, because some of those are kind of how I want to do it. It is a fairly clean and efficient way of doing it. So, but I'm just making sure I'm hiding my screen while I'm booting it up so nothing gets shown. So it's practice tool, I should be able to test this in, right? What's a good example of a character that will get all the stuff I want done? Probably... Practice tool, confirm. Start game. All right. I'm loading into the practice tool now. Give me a second, and then we'll share the screen again, and we'll talk on like what we want if we agree with the decisions made. Yeah, there we go. So you're not going to see all of the stuff, by the way. Just going to level up. Not necessarily a thing. Bit of lag there. Oh, hello. That was interesting. Practice tool just fucking straight up broke. Would you look at them? Maybe I did a little too much at once. Alright.
A summoner has reconnected.
How do I unpause again? Would it be under that? No. No. How do you unpause? God damn it. Okay, resume. There we go.
It is the heart from which the darkest
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Is there a way to toggle minion spawn? Here we go. So I want warmogs.
an appetite like any other.
And then Shift S.
Minions have spawned.
So I need more health, right, to activate this? Yeah, okay. I just need to grab something that gives me health, sure. That kind of shows me what I want, though, but we'll...
I refuse to trouble myself with charlatans. Misery has a delectable
Okay,
taste.
let this refresh. Okay, can I... Ah, cool. I can do stuff there. Alright. Hey yo, Scuttle looks so different. Alright. Can I just like, okay, so I can't kind of do that. Alright. Stack this up a little bit. Oops, I pressed the wrong button again. Alright. I need more, like, healing instances. Alright. Kinda wanna have more healing instances. What offers healing? Nothing really clearly. Okay. Is there a way to toggle shop everywhere? No. Okay. Let's get like some lifesteal and some more money to do some testing. Gives Omnivamp. And then get like this. This. And let's give us an older dragon, because that will do way more damage. Okay, it's because I'm just trying to see what stats look like in stacking scenarios. Okay, let's get... be.
Savor the misery.
Hmm. So I did see it there though. Cool. I can exit the game then. I got to see what I needed to see. Now we can do something about that. So let's talk about what I was looking at, and I do apologize that that took ages. So what we kind of saw there was the number will turn up small, it will get slightly bigger, and then it will just move upwards from there until it hits cap point, in which it disappears, fades out. That's what healing does. Damage is center point and typically away from you goes like that angle, right? And obviously the larger the number is on both of these sides, the bigger it gets overall. The thing is with this is that when you had multiple instances of healing, it would stack it like that. It wasn't very clear because we didn't really have too many moments where we got a shitload of healing things. Would probably been maybe Zac would have been a better example because like there's so many instances of healing there. I don't know who the best example of like instance healing would have been to test that. But this is kind of what it goes to, and then it just goes straight up from there. So they'll stay behind. So that's actually really annoying because I'm gonna have to inadvertently do the drawing for this. So what the correct thing would probably be for healing is that we actually tie this to a surface. So then when its Y position gets to be greater than this distance here, it gets deleted. Because with a surface, when you draw a surface, it will only show what's on the surface. It can draw outside of the surface space, much like a UI can draw. Like, I can draw outside of my UI space, but that's the important thing. What's going to be more annoying, though, is that I'm going to have to draw everything with Y. So it would be depth equals Y, I believe. Yeah, so everything's going to have, each text is going to have to draw a Y, is depth equals Y. So it gets positive. This way as well, if I'm drawing a surface like this, I can control its depth. So I can make the surface depth above on the, like, at UI level, but, like, below normal GUI. Right? Yeah. Nah, it's probably better to draw it in the room, but draw it at a high point. Yeah, so draw the surface at depth equals, I mean, I could just do depth equals y for the thing, because it will always be above then. Yeah, so depth equals y for the that. I just need to make sure it doesn't go over GUI space, because we don't want it to go over GUI space. We also need to have, so how are we going to track each number? So if we go look at Game Maker and we look at the previous one, he's kind of made it so each is a struct, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So with floating text, it's a struct. So I'm probably going to do something similar, honestly. It's probably the correct thing is to create a floating text struct. That's tooltip. We're looking for floating text. I thought he made a thing for it. Floating text create. Here we are. Okay. So we're gonna have to make some different things of this. So go underneath menu nav. Function loading text. So this becomes a very interesting one. So we need the text input. All right. We need type, which can equal 0 by default. And 0, let's write a little note here. Type 0 equals direction, movement, random for now. And then 1 equals linear vertical. Or just call it vertical. Actually, let's call it clean vertical. Because it means that we're definitely going straight up. Now, what else would we want to pass through? So, if we go look at old UI, look at the create, what did we have? It was 2 colors and positional data. Yeah. So we'll do X underscore Y. No, that's going to be... No, we do want that, but that's going to be held differently, right? That one's going to be a weird one. How do I do this? How do I do this? No, I probably don't need to do surface. I'm trying to think. It's really, really hard to, like, get a good answer, right? To this? Because, like, do we do the surface thing for just the healing? If so, that's going to get really complex and we're going to have to make a completely different architecture for just that, which is not good. You should avoid doing that when possible. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. So I do want to look at something while I'm thinking about this. Yeah. It's going to be a struct. It is going to be a struct. This one's a weird one. Because there's like... Yeah, that would be a terrible idea. Do we draw an entirely new surface for all numbers? And it's just the size of the screen. It's dangerous, right? Could do it though. Because all I need to do is minus positional data based on... Shouldn't be too hard, because I have that as global variable. Alright. So I'm going... Oh god, this is going to be... So the thing with this surface is that I can toggle this really quick. Like, I have a good way of wanting to toggle this, because we're going to have a setting for this. I don't think the settings in the game yet, but we're going to have floating text be a thing. What I will do is I will make it so we will only like actually do the surface stuff if that's toggled on. That way we reduce lag a little bit because we're not having to make an entirely new surface. Then we take the surface and we take the depth of it as the bottom of the screen, the current screen, so it will go over everything. Yeah, okay. So let's go here, let's go to draw, and we're going to, actually we won't even need to do that, we could just draw here. Yeah, so if, shit, I hit the mic, sorry. If room equals RM game, and then we won't have the setting for it right now, we'll do the rest of that later. Let's get surface code. So where is the easiest place to find surface code? Yeah, cool. Surface, float, text equals, what is it? It's view width and view height. Let's just make this local. This would be view X plus view height. Would be the depth. Actually, no, the depth doesn't matter. Yeah. Because we're going to be drawing it under UI anyway. So surface free, cool. So X position is going to be view X. Y position is going to be view Y. X scale, Y scale. So that's fine. Color is white. And alpha can be alpha 7 for now. Actually, it probably can be alpha 8. So this is where we would draw the things. So okay. That's very strange. So I'm gonna need to make an array of the structs. Yeah. So that's gonna stay the same. So I might just do that. Sorry, my brain's just having, this is the problem of adding in a new system like this, is just trying to figure out how I'm gonna be doing it. So o.ui. That's not how I do it. OUI dot floating text. And let's just separate this out so it's a bit easier to make this struct. So, in this struct we need text. We need, we will need type. We will need, X and Y. And we will need color 1, C1, color 2, and then we will need size. Cool, and then we'll also want duration. And then duration will also be put up here. But it'll also have an equals, say 5 seconds. Then I'm also going to rip the type out of here and move it further along. To there. So that should be everything we need for floating text. Alright, I'm actually just gonna take my hair tie off because just me and my long ass hair. Alright. Okay. So then we're going to have on the draw GUI here, because we have to have a safety net here, array length floating text is greater than 0. Just security net, right? And then for I equals how do I want to do this? Yeah, it's got to. That actually might be the correct way to do it. So this is something that we don't see me doing very often. So this is a reverse loop. I have to double check that because that might break. We'll see. So what I'm doing here is instead I'm going from the back of the array to the front of the array instead of what we normally do, which is we iterate from the front of the array to the back of the array. There's some very important rationale to this. This allows us to do two key things that are going to be beneficial to this. So, bear with me on this one. So now I'm actually going to do kind of the style that we have had in the past. With some things. This gives us a few advantages. Just gonna have these as one for now. So now we've got to have in here, there's a few things we're going to have to do. Actually, it's probably better we just check for the irregulars. And then, so random number will just go... Oh, I'm going to have to look at that equation again, aren't I? Oh, that's going to be an interesting equation to implement in here. Okay. So... where do I implement that equation? I'm gonna be back in a quick second because I need to go to the bathroom. Alright. And I'm back. Glad to see no trouble was gotten up to while I was gone. Yeah, it's gonna be a really annoying process, what I'm gonna do in here. Okay, so let's go back to, it would be testing new UI stuff, because we need to add in, so this would be X, we'll just have it as X like that, and we'll fix the rest of that in a second. Y. Then what was the equation for that again? So that's the height, I believe. Yeah, so this is the target location. So I need target location data. So target location would be var tar x is going to equal x plus one equal 0. Can be so it would be minus string width text times size times yeah, that would be fine. Or else it will be the same equation. But without a minus. Oh, yeah. So then this would be, what is it again? The prior with the target divided by 2. X, was it plus target? Yeah. Prior plus target divide by 2. Plus tar x divide 2 and then tar x. And then the y is going to be really weird. So then the y needs to be that value minus, I think this is the distance up that it goes. So how high a distance do we want it to go up by? Var lift equals height text times size, and then this will get a modifier of, say, times 1.7. Say for now, so it goes a little bit higher than I think. So then it's going to be brackets y plus underscore y, close bracket, divide by 2 minus lift y. Yay. And then I need the equation data for the internal architecture, which is this. No. Oh, bullet. Counter and counter max. That's just duration. So duration and then duration total. And then we have to do... Let's do a little bit of an equation. So duration equals duration. Actually, no, I could probably just do times equal FPS. I think is what I'd need to do. So that's plus, not times. There we go. Is greater than or equal to duration total. How am I doing? I'm doing things. That's how I'm doing. I hate this. This is a very annoying process that is very essential, but it's just annoying. It's just annoying. I cannot say any less than that. Okay, and now I need the bullet code architecture for... I see, yeah. So I need this. Good luck, whatever it is. So what I'm doing is floating text. I am introducing into the, well, reintroducing in a sense, floating text to this game, and it's going to be a nightmare to get it all functioning. Traject X 0. Then this is traject 1. And then this is traject 2. So what I'm doing at the moment is giving it so it will kind of do an arc sort of thing. So when it pops out, this is the example here, is that it will pop the text out, it will do kind of like an arc like this, and then it'll end up here. And then it'll delete itself. That's this bit of code that I'm doing. Then we will introduce the non-arcing floating text ability. So that will improve some of that as well. I think that's the code that I need, because then it's just at counter end. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, it's only a little bit of math. Only a little bit of math. Math, exactly. The thing I need to add, though, is that we need to make it so... because this is on a surface. We have to keep in mind, this is on a surface. So in here, the... X is minus equals view X, and similarly Y is minus equal global that, because the surface we're drawing is where the camera is. And that way, we reposition the camera correctly. Or we reposition the location of the information adequately with what needs to be the thing. Yeah. So then clean vertical is going to be annoying, because I want clean vertical to adjust with the player. So we want Y to be minus minus for now, but we also are going to want what do I put it into again? What's the variable for player movement? Global spreading. Do I have that still? No, I don't. I don't have a global movement push anymore because I didn't really need it. Alright. Did a few things, set up a buff interface and a buff controller. Buffs have a setup method to modify the game state and clean up and to restore it. as well as a tick method to progress timing. That's more or less, yeah, kind of how I've got mine, right? Like, I believe I've got it here, buff script. So this is probably a little bit more intense than yours, I would argue. I mean, you can probably look at the inputs to the function in, for the struct building, and you can probably gauge from that where we're going with this. But like, it'll go through, it checks, does it stack, does it replace, any arguments and stuff. Does it stack with itself or does it stack independently? So it means that it can stack without duration being affected. Because if it stacks with itself, then it would be tied to whatever duration I determine. So if it's a refreshing buff, perfectly fine. But if it's one that I want like each individual stack to decay at, then I would want it not stacking with self, right? And then stack count is how much it can stack up to. So it goes through here, it's like number of hits is detecting that thing, so that's why we go through and we determine does it stack. Okay, if it's stacking and it's not stacking with itself, number of hits goes up, yada yada yada. So it's, this one's a lot more on that intense side and on that robust side. But yeah, here we go. Here's like the actual output stacking thing for most part. But this is, if not stacking with self, but if the number of items is less than the stack count, add another one. So that's that code there. And then I think this one is like the replacing, it gets rid of the other one, runs its code so it doesn't potentially cause looped errors where like a bit of value isn't removed. Because the function that's actually pushed for buffs is the removal of the buff, actually, most of the time. Cooldown between cards, you can play by 2 for 5 seconds. I mean, since you have have to implement the time check, you can also do processing. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is that's what... So that's why duration actually matters in here, right? Because I actually tick down the duration independent of this. That's why duration gets pushed through as a script, part of the struct. So I go through my list and it just minuses the duration by my timing point that I have it, which I believe is every half second it actually does its buff checking. So technically a buff lasts half seconds, like it checks half second margins, I believe. So it's always 0.5 and such. But yeah, yours you have to actually implement your timer a bit more uniquely. Depends on if you're doing by frame checking or if you're going to do the calculation for seconds, which is what I just did a second ago, is that I can input by a second, but it will adjust it to FPS with the struct. Here. Take duration, then times equal by FPS. So it'll adjust it accordingly. So it means I can tick it, change the timing based on seconds. So it's only 5 seconds here, but it'll adjust correctly, which is... It helps your brain a little bit because always remembering the FPS, like remembering what it should be in frames is kind of rough sometimes because then you have to do that math in your head. Why do the math in your head, right? Make things easier. But I doubt that you've probably got an easy way of doing that kind of variation. We have a 60 game tick logic per second. FPS calculation can be set to anything. That's fair. I mean, it's set, when you have the set FPS, especially if you've got it set to 60, then you just do calculations around that. You can always do a function if you need to make it easier to read, which is always maybe a good thing to look at. All right. So like when you're just doing time code, you can make it so people can write in seconds, but have a function to come in to add to everything. So it'll change it to the FPS accordingly. I know that's literally just take second times by 60, and you get the frame output, but some people are not going to remember to do that. People are more likely to remember to add a function than a thing, right? My boy with using Java swing graphics can tend to bot. True. Don't want to bottleneck that, eh? That's kind of... Yeah. It's a rough one. It's not really easy answers to some of that stuff, right? Okay, I need to pull the player location data. So it adjusts by player movement. Right? So this is going to be a really rough one to try and remember how to do the calculations for this. I mean, I could, instead of doing that, I can just do, no, it's because then I just, do I pass through that? No. No, I need to adjust based on player movement. So y would be minus equal... it'd be player target get 0 dot move y. And then this needs to be move x. And then we'll have this as x. Alright. Also, my card allowing you to card faster led me to code in somewhat of a pot of greed. Oh no. The cooldown to shuffle the discard pile is skipped. Also allows you to exceed the regular 5 hand limit, so that's a scary card. That is a very scary card. That's very potent. That is something that could easily get out of hand very quickly, right? There's a reason why like hand limits exist. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, that's why I'm just like saying like that's an interesting card. That's a very interesting card. So actually that's a question. Do you have like upgrades you can get that potentially could change that, right? So you like draw more at a time, or you have a higher hand limit or anything like that? Because that'd be interesting. Obviously, if you're going to add those kind of upgrades, you'd have to cap them somewhat. I like the games that let the player get out of hand. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I play Vampire Survivors clones, right? Or Vampire Survivors-like games. I like when you give the player the ability to become godlike, but you do need to work for it. I mean, I loved Equivalent Exchange 2 back in the day in Minecraft, right? And as much as people will tell me it's, oh, that one's not actually, that one's really easy, you can get OP quickly. Yeah, but you had to beeline it if you were doing that. And you had to put in that effort. You had to know what you were doing, you had to do everything, and even then, even if you did the things that would accelerate it beyond compare, there were limits. That was the point. That was so much fun. I loved that. Could you get it completely out of hand? Yes, but that didn't matter. Could do it, but it depends on how much time I have. I mean, again, that's one of those, like, keep it to the end, or, like, keep it as a possible thing. Or, it's because I assume you're probably going to have to submit a report at the end, like, detailing what you would do in the future. Add that as the, to the list of things that you could either say on there or add it yourself. Haven't used it much. That's fair. I mean, Equivalent Exchange 2 was literally just broken, right? Like, we're talking creative mode flight back before, like, anything actually gave you that. The only things that gave you flight back then was jetpacks from, like, Industrial Craft, I believe. So that was the idea. Like, I'm talking... Was it 1.2.5 was the Minecraft version for it? Fuck, was even the end in the game at that point? I don't even know. But I remember it very, very vividly. It's because it was probably the Minecraft version I played the most of. Because I absolutely loved Equivalent Exchange. I got more and more optimized with it every time. And it just got more and more fun to me. That's why, like, someone has added it kind of back. It's been years. Yeah, we're talking, like, 10 years easily? I'm trying to think. Like, to give an idea, it was Shadow of Israfel era. Like, that was still coming out. The Yogscast Shadow of Israfel series. Because it was Tekkit back then. What they played for the Jaffa factory and all that, that was then. So go look up those videos and realize we're talking that long ago. And I played that version for a very long time. Because I absolutely loved Equivalent Exchange 2, and it didn't get updated. But yeah, now there is a modern version of it, and there's a bunch of add-ons to it, and I fucking love it. And the thing is, those add-ons and everything, it gets obscene. It gets completely out of hand, but it doesn't stop the fact that it is a lot of work to get into it. Don't make me feel old now. Fuck you. I feel old every day I wake up. You should suffer as well. Suffer as I suffer. Join me. Join me in feeling old. Never. One day you'll wake up and you'll realize. And it's too late at that point. Okay, this should work now. So I need to be careful though, because there is a bunch of stuff that's going to try and push to this. Potentially. No, I have written it all out. Cool. Alright, so let's go to those locations then. And re-put them in. So we don't need that like that. It's create floating text. Let's put this as string plus 0, and then I don't give a shit about this. So what did we want it as? Player X, player Y, color is this one to begin with. And then color this one. Then size can be, say, 0.7 for the moment. And type is 1 because it's a thing. And then duration can just be left as default. So, let's see what happens when we do this. Do we think the game's going to crash? There's a chance of it. We could also see the text just fly past us and it would be funny. So at the moment, only healing text will apply. Cool, it broke. We've learned. Okay, so that's probably to do with how I've done the array slightly wrong. How I've done the for loop, sorry. I mean, if I just do it this way, then fine. That should resolve that. I might need to run this in debug. So I didn't visually see it getting drawn, was the problem. Did anyone else see it getting drawn? I didn't see it getting drawn. Maybe it's too small. Do we increase the size just to ensure that we're drawing it correctly? Let's draw the size. So let's just make sure it is 1.1, sure. Shouldn't be like excessively big, but it should be notable. I'm not seeing it. I am healing though, so it's just not displaying correctly? Fix the math, making it try to draw a zero width image now? Well, it's because that's the thing, it's drawing text. It's not drawing an image. And the size should be fine. If statement to not draw when width is 0, yes. Is there something for that? There's only array length. Army during approach. Ah, okay. Yeah. Because I believe I have this handled correctly. It could be positional data. Let's just, for the moment, knock this out. And then have, the input instead change to say 200 go with 200. Fuck it. So this will draw it in a place that I know it will be visible in case that was part of the wrong part of it. No. Give me... Okay, there's one thing I can do to test this a bit further. Because I'm pretty sure I'm drawing the surface correctly. I believe I am. Let's disable this for a moment. Let's disable the Y. In case, like, it's just flicking past us and I'm just not seeing it because it's every frame. And it's, what, a 60 frame game? Is it 60 or 30? I can't fucking remember. No. Okay, let's just do... I just want to see if the surface is drawing at all. I don't think the surface is drawing at all. Okay, that's a problem. That would explain our issues. Why is the surface not drawing? I'm sure I can use local variable data for surface draw events. Can I not? It's in map parts. It would be under character selection because it's wrong. Bar surface player. If surface player exists, I don't think I've got to check for that. Have I? Surface, so draw surface, reset, draw free. Reset, draw free. Just don't need this stuff. Make it easier on myself. Okay, let's try this. Maybe I wasn't constructing the surface correctly. We'll see. Make sure that I put back in draw background so it can give me the thing I need. To show me if I'm even drawing it. That's a big thing. Let's run around the map as well once we get in to see if it's actually working. Because maybe it's like drawing in an incorrect location. It is. You can see it here, right? Okay, so this is the GUI, not the world space. Here to deliver mail. Don't ask how I found your house. Just leave it outside. We'll be fine. Do I intend to fix the transition between the play area and the champions, the character select room? Which issue? Because there's two things I can think of. One of them is like slightly a bug, slightly a feature, and then there's a couple of other things that I don't really mind too much. weirdly flying across the map, so this bit there. I do know what you're talking about with that. So that is what I meant by, like, there is a bug, but it's a bug that I've just left because I thought it was funny. Wouldn't be hard to fix. No, so the issue is related to the fact that we have the wobbly camera, if you've seen, and that was added because we added screen shake. So if we go into camera, room start, I could actually just change the stuff here for it. It wouldn't be hard. But if you look at this, you actually can see that there is no real point where I actually correctly check all of the variables and stuff. So I could just set the location instead of doing the wobble that we have. It's the same with the lobby. I see side effect, yeah. Because if you go into here, you'll see that there's a bunch of stuff here for, like, swing speed stuff. Unrelated note, would you like to follow in this unmanaged ditch I found? Yeah. So, again, it's one of those, like, I could fix it. I've left it alone for now because I think it's funny. But there is a very valid point of maybe it's like, it can be nauseating. And it could be just, it detracts too much. But it's the same with like going into the lobby, you just don't notice it as much because the lobby's so much smaller. So the swing speed cleans it out faster. Shout out devs who find bugs and go, nah, it's a feature now. Basically, that is what that is. That's why I've said, like, I'm not intending to fix it anytime soon, but I'm leaving it for now. Makes it feel unpolished. I can see that. I like the idea of it because it kind of feels like the camera's whipping into you, like, on the map. That's why I kind of can appreciate it, but I do agree that there is a very valid argument that, like, it doesn't feel right. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could fix it. Michael Jackson. God damn. I could fix it, though. I could fix it. Because it would just be, changing the room start location. Like, it would be as simple as that, because it's just the, it would be, let's see. Be that. See? Not kidding, it was pretty simple to fix. Yeah. Now no jerkiness with the camera. Sometimes things are easy. I mean, I knew it was easy. It was just something I just didn't feel necessary to fix. I was kind of just being lazy, I'll be honest. So the coordinates is off. Because it's thing. So I need to do relative location to GUI. So we need to ignore this in a sense. So okay, how do we do this math? So it's GUI space that we're drawing on, not world space. So how am I going to get the positional data from world space to GUI space? Cleanly and consistently. Is there a function for that? Hmm. So it's argument if so I need argument 0 to be camera view. So y'all ready for some math again? Oh boy, it's gonna be some fun math. Okay. I'm gonna make a function for this because it's just gonna be easier based on what I'm seeing. And it means I can use it in the future. So let's make a script. Create script. And I'm just gonna call it what? Room to GUI chord convert. So we need the X and the Y. And then we're going to do... so we're going to do... underscore C... Oops. Underscore CX equals... Oops. Camera get view X 0 view Y, and then we're going to do var offset for X equals X minus CX. Then we're going to basically do this for the Y coordinates. So this is... be off X divided by camera get view width. Need to remember that it's actually view camera 0 I need to run, not 0. And then this can be height, Y, Y, and then be fuck. Trying to think about this. It'd be var GUI X equals off X percent times display get GUI width. That one. Get height. Y. Y. And read. GUI X. GUI Y. Yep. That should be the function for conversion. I mean, the weakness of this is, technically, this isn't malleable, because if I use a different camera or something like that, it'll have issues. So there's an argument to be made that I should actually have a camera input. What I could do to make it a little bit more malleable is actually pull the camera from the camera object. The camera controller object. Wouldn't be a bad idea, right? We'll do that later. For now, we're doing this. Okay, that should correctly adjust the value to the right kind of data that we want. So it should be spawning on top of us now. Yep. Cool. Not bad. So the big thing that we'll immediately see is an issue is if we go here, 1.1 is significantly too big. Let's give it 0.5. Now the duration's probably also a little too long. Okay, and the other thing I just saw then was import. Not getting paused. No, that's probably not what we want to do. There. That'll be better, because that way it still renders while paused. Alright? Which is kind of important. Get render while pause, and then... Wait, am I 15 likes all of a sudden? I don't give a shit about numbers, so maybe that's why. So I think this needs to be changed to not being minus like that. It needs to be like minus equal, string height for the text times the size in brackets times FPS with that. What is that gonna look like? What are we doing? Still UI? Kind of. We're doing floating text. Re-adding it in. I don't see it, which probably means it's either it's too fast now, right? Times. What if I just do trajectory y 0 pull minus, and then we start doing some of that stuff in brackets. So string height text times size, and then times this by like duration out of duration total. Maybe inside of this times like I had it originally. Yeah. Alright, let's try this. See what this looks like. Yeah, it's super fast. If I remove that, how fast is that? Super slow. I do think it should be times the FPS, but then we're just probably going to have a smaller scale times somewhere else along the way. times point. Imagine implementing easy. I mean, to be fair, I could probably have done this easier, but we are trying to be like really particular with how we're doing a few of these. Alright. I think that's a little too fast. I do think the duration's also too long. So let's go hit the default duration. That's still way too long. Duration of 1 second. As the Miku Miku Magic Cup, I'm not taking it out of the box yet. It's staying in its box. It's currently on my shelf though. Lowering the duration's gonna make it faster, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, how about we make use it? I know you want to. I kind of don't actually. I actually really want to keep it to its side. It's like how I've got with one of the other GameSups cups I have. I just don't use it anymore. Well, no, I have two that I have other than this one that I've been using. One is the Aura one that I use no more because I don't want to use it anymore because it's already stained a bit of a color. And I want to leave it as good in condition. And the other one's just really cool as well, so I'm going to leave it alone. This one I just like. It's just a cool one, and I don't mind if it gets stained to color. I'm just going to leave it alone. So, these ones are also bigger as well, so I'm not going to use the GameSups for the other one. Alright. So I'm actually fine with the duration. It's the amount of distance for that height. It's not good. So let's just remove this and see how this looks. Also, your final appointment for the psych exam test for ADHD. Expecting everything seems that way. Apparently, I have an out of the norm special reasoning score. Oh, cool. That's interesting. But no, I'm glad that you've gotten through your tests and stuff. I know that can be quite stressful. Like, it can be extremely stressful. So, well done, well done. And it's always good to get diagnoses. Like, getting one doesn't mean anything other than, like, now you know, and now you can plan around it a little bit better. I speak from experience with some of them. As long as you don't let it define your person, right? Then there's never an issue, truly. Can't plan around and think about potential treatment if needed. Exactly. Just, like, I stand by, as long as you don't go like, oh, because of this, I'm like this, I'm sorry. Just deal with it. That's the shit I hate. If you're like, hey, look, my bad, I got this, doesn't make it easy on me. I'll try, like, this is my fault though, I actually accept this as part of me. Then I'm a bit more willing to go like, yeah, no, reasonable, cool, nice, well done. Never use something as an excuse. But it is a part of you. And the fact that you've said is like, can plan around and all that. Yeah. I mean, it's like me going like, oh, my PTSD is an excuse to be an asshole. It's like, well, no, it's not. By far, it's not. Now, is this going to go... Yeah, so it's that, and then I'm going to add duration to the default again. I'm going to add this to 5, but we're going to go change the healing value to be like 2. You can be an asshole with PTSD. It's just easier to acknowledge my weakness when I can test for and well, I mean, like, it's more the thing of I have PTSD. It means it's a part of me. It's not gonna change the fact of who I am, but like, don't use it as an excuse. Use it as a part of you. All right, what do we think? Does these numbers look kind of good for healing? When standing still, it looks kind of meh, but like with this... I don't know. I don't know if it drags nice enough with the player. With the movement. Because like, because of the movement on the GUI, like, it's not moving, I am. It's just taking in the spawn location. Remember test, critics, puzzle. Nearly finished it, but I struggled to put the last one in. Yeah. Do be like that. Do indeed be like that. Keep in mind, by the way, you will be able to turn these numbers off. Like, that's the thing to keep in mind. We probably should have healing numbers and damage numbers be like separated, because you're probably going to want to be able to toggle certain ones off, right? That makes sense. So let's go here quickly and just make sure that on room start, this also gets reset. Purges everything. Alright, let's do damage numbers now, shall we? Enemy scripts. Here. So, create floating text, damage string, and we start with this. Grab these two colors. Size can probably be also like 0.3 or something like that for now. Type is 0 and type is 0. Duration can be like 1 for the moment. Whoa, 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 that was weird. Okay, let's see how this looks. So, I can already see an issue. It's kind of funny though. That's actually really funny. That will be to do with this. Number bullet, exactly. How do I want to do this? How do I want to fix this? Because it's this value here is wrong. Let's just do that for the moment, see how that looks. It's really funny looking. Bullet heaven, no more bullet hell, eh. Alright, those are going very fucking fast and very fucking far. I've done the math wrong somewhere. I think it's this. Missed on a value. Did you know your PP can grow just by watching the stream? I'll better close mine then. Don't want that. Small PP power, man. All about it. That I wanted to? Oh yeah, which way does it grow? Does it grow outward or like does it become wider? Hee hee. Don't hee hee me, bitch. Can hee hee this. May depend on anatomy, I see. Try this out. Also, it doesn't seem to be switching sides like I was hoping to. And volunteer to be a div festival. It's just kind of funny to look at, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I think... Oh. Is that... Am I genuinely that stupid? Stupid. I love it. But yeah, no, catch you later now. Have fun with that. You know, that's a question. I am always stupid. I'm always fucking stupid, man. Programming has told me that I am not smart. So the text is way too small, 100%. Like, it's not even up for debate. That's way too tiny. And then, with that also being taken into consideration, we were seeing this looks a little too small. So, a little bit more scatter, shall we? Math told me my brain isn't developed enough. Yeah, math is good at that. Math is very, very good at telling you you're an idiot. What do we think? Okay. Seeing an issue there. Try that. Looks quite neat, but still unsegregated and messy. I'd give the player 2 options for that. Fancy and practical. Fair. I mean, to be fair, I'm also going to give you an option just to turn it off. Because I feel like you, as the player, don't always need to see this text. So I'm trying to decide if I'm going to, like, separate out certain values. So the healing and the damage go into 2 different categories, so you don't see when you heal. It's still not doing what I want it to do. I think it's because of this. Unless you're a LOL fan. I mean, that's the thing, is on LOL I have all of them toggled on, but you actually can turn them all off. You can turn almost all of them off independently as well. I believe mana, health, damage, specific ones, you can merge them, yada yada yada. Yeah, there we go. So it's their multiplier. I mean, I could make them a little bit more clearer, because the thing is, at the moment, there's only the text going to the bottom right of it for the hover. So if you actually look at these, this actually has me drawing each of these letters 5 times, right? So the B is actually drawn one slightly to the top right, one to the top right, one to the top left, one to the bottom right and the bottom left, but it's all the same size, so it's just 1 pixel-ish distance, which creates that, like, the border that you see of it. So it actually makes it a much more readable. With these, it's only drawing it once. So it's only creating a light shadow effect. I think the issue with it is that I actually kind of... This is why I don't know if it was a good idea to draw to GUI space, because I'm kind of like, this doesn't look great, because it's not tied to the thing that's getting hit, it's tied to the GUI space. So the text moves, but without the character's interaction. So maybe we draw the healing and the damage separate, draw the damage on world space and draw the healing on GUI space. That way the healing looks how it is now, but then it also means that the damage can toggle out. I need to make them bolder, though. I just think that that's like the big thing I'm fucking up with. Could be just fix over. I mean, what you're suggesting would basically be rewriting the code in 2 separate ways. But like again, multiple locations. I could see an argument for that. There is some danger to that though. Right. I mean, I could just reposition where I write the drawing to. Would that be a worthwhile thing to write in for a toggle? That's the question. I could see it. But the thing is, right, so if we take your suggestion, what I'm saying as well, into consideration, this means we are going to have a setting for on-off. Then we're going to have a setting for health, on-off. So actually, let's redo this. So for health alone, on-off, and then fancy / practical. And then the question then becomes, okay, do we make it so enemy has these same options, or does it only have the on-off toggle and then the fancy practical is just a global effect? That's... global switch? Yeah. Would probably be the correct way to do it, yeah. If I was to do it. What do I want to do? Let's... Well, I mean, like, there's an argument to be made, like, why bother even having the choices of those to begin with, right? Not just make an optimal one. But yeah, I can immediately bring that up with that point. I do think that if we were to do it, I would probably just group. Yeah. So the change would be instead to this bit getting removed from here. And then in here, we do... Okay, Grumpy. I mean, shush. So it was room 2 GUI convert X Y. And then we'll just do var X equals chords 0. What's 1? Y. This saves me some space later. And I can just add that. Does this work? If this works, then I will consider just quickly toggling some stuff together. I don't know, I feel like this is adequate enough. See, this again, I cannot stress enough, this is the difficulty with these sorts of decisions, is like, I have so many options available to me. What is the correct choice? Alright. Hmm. By the way, do we want to do the buff to Juniper that I've been talking about? Could pin it to character chords. That's the problem, is that that is easier said than done, right? Because at the moment, I'm not pinning to any coordinates. I'm pinning to a location. Well, no, I'm pinning to coordinates. I'm not pinning to live coordinates. That's the issue. So it means that I would need to have an infrastructure that would basically tell it, okay, this is the target that you're supposed to follow relative with this information, rather than the thing, which means I have to do a lot of live updating of data, especially if I'm going to have like the spread effect with the damage, like what we have currently. Because this calculation here, I would need to be recalculating the entire trajectory margins for this every step, which is dangerous. Because it's already dangerous enough that I'm calculating it once, right? Because I'm doing this, and then I'm calculating this here. Now, this is a very lightweight calculation, but when you're to take into consideration, like, potentially hundreds of thousands of damage numbers might be on screen at any given time, that could be insane. Also, what did you say about Juniper? Didn't hear clearly. Okay, so the buff to Juniper I'm going to be doing, but I'm also going to nerf her at the same time. So, actually, no, there's two buffs I'm going to do to Juniper eventually. One I can't do at the moment because I need assets for it. The second one is I'm going to be doing a buff to... So, the first one is the buff to her item. Her item's going to get more levels. I'm not sure what I'm going to quite do with those levels. I've got a few ideas, but we'll see. A VTuber? Yes, Junie. The moth girl. Her weapon. Her weapon's getting a buff, but it's also going to get nerfed. It's going to be interesting. Let's add it in. I want to see how obscene it gets and how quickly, because there's two things I might nerf it with, but there's one thing I'm definitely going to nerf, which is its damage. Let's go, so it's a moth goop that we're looking at. Moth goop. Y'all ready for the biggest change to this? Should be that. So what do I need? Its stacking needs to be true, replace needs to be false. Damage over time, what are you trying to do? So the ability is already dealing damage over time. The change is going to be very obvious very quickly if it works. So it's not stacking with self, and if the number of items is less than the stack count, add another. So... And... Yeah, this is gonna get a little confusing. So it is stacking self, stacking, so this needs to be 0, stacking self, stack count, minus 1. I think that should do it, and now we're gonna smash the damage into the ground. Like, we're hitting the damage hard right now. Like, it's no longer gonna deal impact damage either. What I've just done is insane. I cannot stress enough, this is a lot of damage it can output now. And now cooldown is going to be super strong for this. Oh no, that's right. We don't buff the cooldown with it. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, and then I might have to make a script handler to handle what I'm gonna also do, but we're gonna see in a second. So we're gonna play as Juniper, and we're gonna see if I vaporize everything. We ready? Yep. Okay. So now I need to do something weird for this. So there's one or two options I have for making this balanced. One is a lot more annoying, but it might be the correct call. One is... How do I want to do this? Because what is the value for this? Yeah, okay, cool. Moth Gooper to become next opener. I mean, right now it is. Because I've unfixed an old bug, technically, with it. Very old bug that occurred with DOTs. An application of DOTs. Um... With... How do I do this? Named weapon exists. I did have a function for it. Need to change it to an array though. And what is it called again? Fuck. This. So add to arrays together. Cool. And then I would want oh, cool. There we go. Does this resolve the Oppenheimer issue? Or is this just gonna lag the fuck out of the game? No, wait, I need to play as Junie. There is a potential crash with this. I'm conscientious of that. It's more about a boss spawning, I think. Alright. Because if a boss instantly vaporizes, then I've definitely gone too far. If these are dying too quickly, I mean, the damage can just come down. But it's if the boss vaporizes. then it means that the code that I just did not work. Which is a big concern. Because, like, Moth Goop can come down and damage if I need to. I'm just concerned that I think... might not have been doing what I told it to. Oh, okay. That's a bug. Does that work in the lobby? It used to work. And I'm concerned that you might be silly. That's fair. Seems fine in the lobby. Interesting. I'm just speeding this up so we can just get to the boss quickly. God, do I find it really funny watching the big one moving that fast. Yeah, I'm thinking it's not working correctly, and I'm gonna have to do something about that. So it just clearly doesn't look right. Did you know female VTubers can smell plastic in the balls? You know, that wouldn't surprise me. That sounds like something they would do. Alright, boss is about to spawn. It spawned. I need to get close to see if this triggers. Okay. The bug is still there. Alright. Thought this would fix it. Is this continue should break the current loop of the for loop, right? Use inside statements that form a loop for repeat while do until it will immediately end the current iteration and jump back to the beginning. Yeah. Do I need to make an entirely new architecture check? God. Might have to be the thing I do. Okay. So let's have shared. ID equals false. And then we go back here. And then go to this. I'll rip this out. And go to the weapon parent. Go to the step event. If shared target ID. And then go back to here. Shared target ID equals true. Oh, that's right. Do I think that stuff like Khan Academy is good for learning, for instance, math? Because I started relearning algebra yesterday, and my butt can't simply root squares. Seriously? Khan Academy. What's Khan Academy? Give me a second. Let's look it up. Khan Academy. Free online courses, lessons, and practice. I can't speak to it directly, but I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Is like, it is a free learning exercise thing. It's definitely a good place to probably start if it works for you. It's about finding the way that works for you best, right? Like, some people genuinely can't handle that shit and only will do YouTube videos and shit. And I'm not saying that that's wrong in the slightest. 100% okay. You are more than entitled to do it. It's pure and simply how you find your way to work. If it works for you, then it's probably a solid bet. It being free, but large scale means that it's probably an institutional thing. It's probably some good setup for it. Okay, I'm gonna re-enable the thing to spawn bosses. Wherever that was. Rip it from here and put it on the player though. Slowly putting more of this debug stuff just on the player, I think. Oh, there we go. And I imagine someone with my skills want to do AI engineering field, darn maths. It is a lot of math that's required for AI engineering field. It's not an easy one. Good on you for giving it a shot at the very least. If you are actually going for that. It's like, it is not an easy one. So not envious in the slightest. Alright, I think it's B, right? So do you vaporize? Yeah, you do, still. So, what am I doing? All of them will have that. So I don't actually need that. Just check in case that's causing issues. Alright, linear algebra, calculus, statistics, probabilities. Then I said that I should try doing computer science theory, like algorithms. I mean, asking a chatbot what to do is not always an advisable decision. It can give advice. Look at your own results. Look at what you want. 'Cause at the end of the day, that's actually what's going to get you the thing you want. I want math for sure. Can't imagine doing algorithms where the skill set. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is if you do want to do AI engineering field, which again, it is not an easy one. Like, I cannot stress enough, it is a very rough one. You are looking at, definitely you need algorithmic stuff. So you'll need to do math and algebra. Calculus, I mean, kinda, yeah. It just kinda comes as part of the parcel, right? Any oops, so it is correctly going. Skipping. But yeah, again, maybe just look at some YouTube stuff for now. Look around in the field if you haven't already, and look at kind of what professionals in the field actually say are what you need, not what a chatbot tells you. So it looks like this is probably not doing what I wanted to do. Because it is concatting. Very clearly concatting because it's doing so fucking much of it. I want to be finally good at something too. I mean, yeah, I get where you're kinda coming from. I'm trying to think of like what to say in this circumstance. It's I did education because it was going to get me a job. That's why I did my degree. I came out of it not wanting to do that job, right? I got some skills at least. Yeah, I've got a lot of skills, but most of them I got on job. Realistically, 90% of the skills I have are from experience. 10% is from theory. My math skills that I have are inherent. Most of it is just inherent. I didn't really have to study math. I was good at it the moment I started doing it. Yell at me for that if you want. I don't really care. Everyone's got things that they're good at, right? And it's about polishing those, and then using the 20% to 80% rule. It's like, most of the time you need to learn from experience. And to do that, it means that sometimes it's actually kind of hard because you can't get that experience. That's why, like, beginner rules are the better one. Math was, like, the time I tested my math skills the most wasn't even when I was doing IT. It was actually when I was doing customer service and I had to do change quickly. And I didn't have a thing to calculate it. I had to do it in my head. So if I'm going to give you change, I got to give you correct change. If I don't, that comes out of my fucking wages. Well, not anymore, but that's what it was. It's like, if you fucked it up, you would lose that money. So if you're serving hundreds of people and you mess up even a quarter of that, and you're talking like hundreds of people per hour, which was very realistic in some jobs, then you could just lose your entire hour's wages very quickly if you weren't paying attention. So it becomes a very important thing to kind of keep in mind, is that, like, on the job, experience is more important most of the time. Is it good to, like, learn these sorts of things? Sure, but that's why I'm like, I don't know, because, like, I'm struggling with the fact that you're taking advice from a chatbot. Like, it is it's a collective kind of shit out an answer from a bunch of forums. Like, of course it's going to be positive. It's like, oh, you should do this. You just need this, this, and this. It's like, yeah, that's the peak stuff that you'd probably need. You don't probably need to the extent that it's suggesting. It's the same with, like, when someone tells you need a degree for a job. It's like, well, yeah, is how you get into the job. But, like, if you went via another route, you'd never need a degree. I'm going to be honest, most jobs nowadays that ask for a degree don't actually need a degree. They just are doing it because it means that they can restrict it a little bit easier. Because most people that have it there's a lot more people that have it, so that you can kind of demand more out of them, regardless of if it actually is true or not. Skilling up is always good. Skilling up is very, very good. So that is something that I would definitely say is worth it. But, like, going into it going, I want something to make me special, is what I'm hearing from that, is not... I'm not sure it's the right thought process, because it could get quite toxic. But again, if it works for you, it works for you. Because you're special by being yourself. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Are you a genius in a field? Look, I'm not a genius in my fields. Right? Give some value. See, that wording is what gets me. It's because, like, what you're doing by saying that is you're devaluing your current value. You're valuable as it is. It's like, do you want to be able to contribute? Now that's fair, right? I too would love to be able to contribute to things. But saying that, like, give some value indicates that you don't already. Dude, I cannot stress enough how much my friends that I hang out with are very valuable to this project. Do they work on this project? No. They do nothing for this project directly. They help my mental. And that's all I actually really need. If I didn't have someone to vent about how shitty some of this programming is, same with the stream, right? If I didn't have a way of having those outlets, I would not have been able to get as far as I have. Because sometimes it is okay to just go, you know what, this is kind of shit. Like right now, I'm getting really frustrated with this because this isn't working the way I wanted it to. I'm trying to think of like the best way to do it. But it's like, I think that's a noble goal though. Like, again, do not let me try and take away from the fact that I do think what you're trying to like do is cool. I just cannot stress enough, it is very, very difficult, and getting in it for the wrong reasons could rub you the wrong way. But it's good to skill up. It is good to skill up. Just do it. Do it at a rate that feels comfortable and not burning out, right? Life's not anime. See, that there is kind of that thing, right? Of like, it's not. Life has its difficulties, but life also has its beauties, and that's the point. You need to find the way to see that beauty, because then you'll see how valuable the world is and how valuable you are in it, because you are. Don't let anyone else say anything, or including yourself. Again, don't listen to yourself sometimes. Yourself is your best bully. And I say this from my own experience on this as well, right? So I'm really good at ripping myself a new one. Why? Because I know my fucking pressure points. Right, I could go into one thing at the moment. I won't, because it's really, really it's really dark and painful, and it will only make it even more sour of a situation. But like, I have things that I'm beating myself up for at the moment, and they're things I know I'm beating myself up over, and they're not worth beating myself up over. So I'm able to kind of get through them, but I'm still doing it. You are worth it. No life is not worth living. Life is a very important and amazing thing. Do not devalue that either. Life is a miracle. I've seen too many people in my life not value it that way, including myself. And it took some really, really, really dark things for me to value human life to the extent that I do. Do not want that on anyone else. So, value yourself more, man. Truly. Your life is what you make it. Now, don't get me wrong, that's easier said than done sometimes. But, like, a good life doesn't require it to be an anime. A good life is you need to be happy, having fun. So I just realized I didn't pick fucking Juniper. Good job. Its array is permanently empty. That would explain things. It's definitely my gameplay. It's not valuable. I mean, again, that's why I've told you in the past, like, looking at numbers is one of the worst things you can do. Looking at numbers means that you're putting a value to something. Right? You should look at it from a core intrinsic value sense of like, did I output something I'm happy with? Then that should be the value you attribute to something you've done. Are you happy with it? No? Okay, improve. What do you need to improve? Go through that. The moment you start putting likes and views as a value on something, you immediately create this problematic and toxic thing where it's like, well, now I need to get more views. If you want to get more views, there's answers. But are those what you actually need? Because, like, could you go buy views? Yeah, sure, go. There you go. That's how you get view numbers, right? Oh, you don't feel like you've earned it? Well, you got your thing. You got your value that you wanted. What do you mean? It's like, oh, but it's not real people. It's like, well, then you need to chase this and say, and be lucky and all this, right? So yeah, there's no like easy point with all of this. I want to stress, it's a nightmare to figure out this stuff. But slowly, yeah, and that's how it goes. Like, you're not gonna progress overnight. Go watch PewDiePie's videos on drawing, right? He spends like a little bit of time every day drawing, and he goes from barely stick figures to anime realistic in like a year. As constant work, keep in mind. That's why I actually laugh at all the people that are like, how dare you, PewDiePie, you're like disheartening artists. Like, no, actually, if you're disheartened by this, you were disillusional. No, this is exactly what it is. You take no skill and go and put in the work and you can still make up for that. So that's the point, is you need to analyze why is something not happy? Like, why are you not happy with something, right? Like this channel, right? I know at the moment I'm not quite happy with some of it, because I would like to, I don't know, I would kind of like to grow. At the same time, I don't really care enough to grow, which is why I'm like sitting here kind of about it, because I took my break, right? And I managed to get more channel growth during that time than I normally stream. You might go, what the fuck do you mean? It's like, because I was doing my YouTube shorts. I hate it, I really do. If I actually sat down and did my editing like I should be and doing highlights and all that, genuinely this channel would grow significantly and very fast because I have all of the foundation that YouTube would be willing to push my stuff for. That needs to be more memey in terms of it. Yeah, and like that's the thing. It's you're finding what you want to do, and that's good. All right. Level up stagnant. Remove type. Hit type. Hit type is getting transferred over, right? I wish I could look at some of this live, man. Like better. Weapon setup. Create. Hit type. Weapon hit type. Come through. Cool. So, weapon parent. But like, it is just, there is no perfect answer to some of this, by the way. I just want to stress that. This is not an easy thing to do. Things are rough. Always going to be kind of on the rough side. You gotta do what you gotta do, and you gotta do the best you can. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you in this circumstance more than what I've already kind of said, and I do apologize that like the advice kind of feels a little shitty. Hang on a fucking minute. Well, I think I found my bloody answer. Oh, I'm a fucking moron. The weapon does 0 damage. It's not going to check that. I hate myself sometimes, man. I really do. Okay. We fixed it. We've got it working. I hate myself. So, to explain what went wrong and what we've done to this weapon, I now have made it so it can stack indefinitely its DOT stacks on the targets. What I was trying to do was make it so it would not multi-hit the targets. I can probably honestly remove this, because this is still going to be kind of garbo, I'm going to be honest. Let's see what happens if I remove this. Because I gave it no damage, so it wouldn't push the target hit to the array of its hit target, so it would never actually stop it from multi-hitting every tick. Which meant that every tick that one of my things was attached to it, it could stack that DOT infinitely, which is a bug we used to have. Which is why we actually added in the system of hit type 1s. Because what would happen is that, yeah, it would just touch the boss and vaporize the boss, because it would stack an obscene amount of things on it. Very, very quickly. Okay, yeah, this should be fine. Means that it stacks out quite nicely as well, because it means that the amount actually is valid. And is a reasonable thing to increase on this weapon. Just something that wouldn't be the case if I kind of kept going with what I had. Now we just lower the damage. Don't even probably need to lower the damage much as well. That's actually kind of fun. Good to know. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave it as is. I will have this in, but I'm gonna just disable the thing from this end. Just cause I might need it in the future. So with that being the case, I need to remind myself, if I'm doing this, I need to actually write in here. There we go. I'm thinking now, what would be my dream game not based on VTubers? So, I have a few, right? Ironically enough, if you actually were to ask me, like, not even dream game, ironically enough, I want to make a series. I don't want to make a game, would be close to my more intense dream thing. But I have a dream game that I would love to make. And it is not VTuber related. It is predates VTubers, if that gives you an idea. It is a game I've wanted to do for a long, long time. And I have a lot written up and stored for it, but it is kind of shelved shelved indefinitely until I can get like a large scale team to work on it. And when I say large scale, I mean we're talking actually millions of dollars worth of team. It is not something I want to do on a small scale. That's my dream game. Is it my only dream game? No, but it's probably my most notable one. What setting would it be? I don't want to go too far into it. I've talked about it a little bit here and there, but it is a chaotic world thing. It's actually easier to explain some of the key mechanics of the stuff, but at this point in time, it would be a gacha auto battler. Is the simple parts of it. I'm not gonna go much further into it than that because I do want to keep it close to my chest in case I do want to make it one day. And it is not a... That is one that would definitely be like, if I was working on it, you would expect kind of as much hush-hush as you see with like the DE developers when talking about Warframe. It's like, would I talk about some things? Sure. But I would all be like signed off on before I get to say anything. It would be a very large scale project. I'd love to do it one day, but I'm not concerned too much with it. Again, it's an unrealistic goal that I would love to do, but nothing more than that. Right, not to make you tell it what the key mechanic would be related to. Key mechanics? I mean, again, it's auto battle, auto chess. Kind of that sort of style. That's the main gameplay loop for it. There's some elements of it that are player control, but most of it can be automated. There is a couple of games I use as reference for some of the aspects of it. Yeah. TFT kinda? I mean, that is an auto chess game. That is what I will say. That is what an auto battler is, yes. Like, I've actually, ironically enough, shown art of some of the characters I've designed for that game on stream a few times. So, I have talked about how they're from a game that I wanted to do. To give an idea, though, the funniest part was, initially, when I was wanting to make that game, it was just me and my mate, and we were really, really passionate about it. But we found out very quickly we did not have the skill ability to make it. This was like fairly early on out of high school. I hadn't even started my degree or anything like that. Like, I hadn't done any degree work at this point, so it was easily like 7-something years ago, at least. Yeah, it was well before degrees. So, but it was yeah, it was a cool one. I like the idea of the game. I still do. I think it would be more than successful. Can't guess if the chaotic world setting would be more like Warhammer 40k or Warframe. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that like you draw a comparison from those games. You're gonna get no like actual answer out of me, by the way. I've said what I said. Like, that is what that was for me, though, is that me and my friend were like, we were just dreaming, we wanted to make an amazing thing, and we realized very quickly we could not do it. We did not have the skills, nor the experience for it, and while I kept working on it, I slowly realized, yeah, that just was the case, and I wasn't going to get there. To make the game to the scale I want and the caliber I want, I needed... like, I needed artists, I needed programmers, I needed marketing team, I needed like all the stuff that just makes it not feasible for a team that would be less than like 30. Like 30 people at the bare minimum would be required for this game. And that would be very like skeleton crew. For initialization, it would probably be closer to a few hundred. And that's the point, like... This is what I say with the game stuff, is you might dream big for your first game, but you have to kind of rein it in. That was what would be actually more realistically my first game that I ever wanted to make. And I learned very quickly the scope of it was just beyond what I could do. And it's cool. It's fun. Do I still work on it from time to time? Hey, why not? Buy out Riot then? Exactly. Realistically though, I stand by. Do I think all of the core systems, core story, core everything for that game that I done would be marketable and good? Yes, I do think that. I genuinely believe in it a lot. But it would require the polish that I would not be able to accomplish even now. I have actually even tried coding the foundation stuff for it a few times. I can make the game. I just would not be able to make it to what I'd want it to be. And that is the point. That is the essential point that needs to be, like, I have to look at it with. Can't. That's fine. I don't have to. It's a dream to be shelved. And whether it gets picked up again or not, future will tell me. It's the same with my main story that I wrote, right? Like, I have a story that's, like a giant fucking universe and everything like that. We all have stories like that. We all try and write something like that if we're on that creative side especially. And I have it. I literally have the episodes for it planned out and all that. And like all of the character progression of the story, all of the key events, most of the dialogue even, and everything. I have that all planned. I do think it would be an interesting series. But I can't make it. And that's fine. It's about being creative, not about making a successful thing. I remember how I was telling you how I'd like to make the COD multiplayer simulator. Now I'm thinking I could go multiple ways. Firstly, something like aim labs for whole matches. Oh, interesting. I mean, I stand by, like, it's cool to dream big, but also acknowledge the limits of things, right? With big customization. See, that sounds like not a good idea for a first time. I'll say that now, even I would dread doing something like that. I've even considered doing sandbox games, and I've advertised that I'm capable of doing them, and I am. But they're a nightmare. I'd love to do a sandbox survival game one day. That'd definitely be up there. Can always tone it down. That's fair. But yeah, no, like, I'd love to do a survival sandbox game. I think that'd be fun. I know exactly what I'd do for it as well. I stand by, and this is gonna maybe be like a questionable thing. I've always loved the concept, especially in anime, does it, but like I know Valheim kind of did this, where it's like doing an activity. RuneScape actually, RuneScape's a better example. Doing an activity levels up the ability to do that activity, and it unlocks things for other activities potentially. But it's like that sort of idea. Always loved that concept. Anime series with games being like, again, isekai or game VR world ones do that a lot, and I've always loved that concept because it's rewarding the player for their playstyle. I think that's cool. And it's a great way of doing it. I just think Valheim didn't go far enough with a lot of its stuff. That's why I liked the mods that I had for Don't Starve Together at one point, right? That was a great fucking time. I loved that. Because could I get stupidly OP? Yes. But I could get stupidly OP by doing a very specific way of doing stuff. And that's something I should reward the player with. Oh, you don't have movement speed, but you're, like, impossible to kill. Great example. Can I chase down things and fight them? No, I really can't. I have my limits. And that's what I find fun. Like, I actively lowered my movement speed as much as I could on that build because I felt that it was just the only way to make it reasonable. I just couldn't take damage. I had like all the armor, all the damage mitigation, and it all stacked up together and made it just... I healed and killed everything, but I couldn't get to shit. It was funny. I mean, I don't know if that would sell well, honestly. Mellow, there would be like aspects to it that'd be, But I could see that being kind of fun. Like that's a game that would be very live or die by how well those are actually tied together. Because the problem is, and a lot of games come across this issue, is they'll come up with those sorts of ideas, and the problem is they're islands to each other, basically. So if I go in here, let's go over just a new thing quickly. So you say you've got 3 ideas. We're not going to say what the 3 ideas are, but we'll use kind of like what you've got there, where it's like graphics from this game. So this is like art from this game, mechanic from this game, mechanic from this game, or slash world. How this is cool, this here is what matters. These lines here are actually the important thing in this argument. Because I can make these 3 things. How these interact with each other is important. If any of these are kind of loose, then you get a problem, right? You can influence how the war ends or not. I mean, at that point in time, you're getting less like this war of mine and more Frostpunk, I guess, kind of with the morality arguments. Taking like that Skyrim large-scale quest, the main story quest, but like actually giving actual options in it instead of just one option. Which is which side you choose. I mean, the difficulty is so I have a question for you. Do you know why this war of mine and Frostpunk? Because I believe both developers have talked about this. Do you know why these games have moral ambiguity and questions in them? Why do they have morality as a central point? Because they want to convey some experience? Not quite. Frostpunk. They talked about it. It was a social experiment. They wanted to see if people understood the weight of choices and taught you how, and through that, question, are you willing to give up your morality for success? It's less of an experience and more of a question. Same with this war of mine, right? It's literally that meme of, do you have any idea how much of sacrifice? It's like, the value of sacrifice. They query you on these things. This war of mine is to show you that through a story environment. So it is on that experience side. A lot more on the experience side with that. Even Hotline Miami kind of did it. Yeah. It's the value of sacrificing your morals for something. Is this game easier if I just don't give a shit about the people? Yes, it is. But to what end? Dishonored did a really great job of this. Did you know that with the first Dishonored game, you could go kill people perfectly fine, but if you were actively killing people and scene and stuff like that, the rats would get worse, which would actually mean later on certain routes were not available to you, or certain routes were more difficult to traverse. The game would overall get more difficult if you took the easy answer. However, it would be consistently difficult if you took the difficult approach. It would never actually truly get more difficult if you take the stealth approach, but it was always difficult. And it creates this interesting question there of what is the value of sacrificing an option? What is the value of sacrificing this person's life in front of me? And what are the overall impacts from it? I could kill one dude and it would not impact much things. Alright, but if I kill like a whole guard, a whole group of guards, that's actually going to matter quite a bit. That's why I actually appreciate Frostpunk 2, is it forces a much harsher penalty on your sacrifices. Oh, I'm going to just sacrifice this. No, they're not happy with this now. They're really not happy with this. You have to keep multiple groups happy. Before, it was just one, but now it's multiple groups. And that actually impacts quite a lot. Because I've played it. I have a really hard time keeping that balance. Because I go, well, I will do this. This is the best option. I'm willing to sacrifice these morals to get to this answer. So the music stopped. There we go. So that's where this comes to. It's like, this is why I say, like, I like where you're going with it, but that's why I'm like, you're going somewhere different than what they're trying to do. It's less talking about the value of the individual sacrifice, which is the beauty of like this war of mine especially, and the individual suffering of that sacrifice, but it's more about the grander world around you. So that's that big difference, right? So maybe that's something that could you could like pinpoint on. It's like, how much do you want it to be on that smaller scale, and how much do you want to be on that larger scale? It's just a fragment of an idea too. Oh yeah, I'm not disputing that. That's why I love doing this with my own fragment of ideas, right? This is why my ideas sound so fleshed out when I talk about them. It's because I sit there pulling apart what is good and what is bad about them. That's why I don't, again, I don't make a movement until I know for damn certain I think it's a good idea. Do I think this would be a cool idea overall? Yeah, sure. It's got a lot of promise, but it would be definitely about that intermixing aspect of it, like how the cohesiveness actually comes together. That's why I made this whole discussion, because this kind of brings you to this question of like, what actually is what you want out of the mechanic in the world from it, right? That's why anytime I'm asked about this game's story, what's this game's story? Doesn't fucking matter. Why? Because it's not the point of the game. The game is about gameplay. The gameplay loop is what's actually valuable to this game. Does the story slightly accentuate it? Not really. Even if I put in an intense story. The problem is, the moment I start writing the story, it stops being a love letter to VTubers and starts being a fanfic of VTubers. It's already really close to that, with the fact that, like, the way I'm doing some of the characters. Alright? So that becomes a very, very touch and go thing. Like, that's why holocure's story is so loose of a concept. You're not even, like, that's the thing, you're not killing the enemies in that, you're saving them, because they've been corrupted by aliens or whatever the fuck it was again. The world has been taken over. So it's valuing each mechanic, because you kind of have to eventually give up on something. It would be like one protagonist, multiple factions, sandbox roguelike gameplay, multiple endings. You could choose what will you pick. Will you pick? What will you pick? Etc. See, that sounds more like just Fallout at that point, right? Am I wrong? It just sounds like Fallout New Vegas. But like with a different visual style. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. There's a reason why that game is one of the more popular in the world. But I'm just kind of like querying that. Because if that's the case, that's not very much like this War of Mine anymore. Unless you're talking about like maybe base building mechanics and kind of scavenging and all that, which then that brings it to more like Fallout, is it 4, I believe, is when you can make the settlement, which I think that's a cool idea, and that would be very interesting. Because then it's about making a settlement, hosting people, protecting people, and the value of that and against the world. What does that actually impact on the grander scheme of things, right? But then creating a story and endings becomes difficult. Something bigger than Fallout? That's a dangerous one. See, I think Fallout New Vegas, for example, is perfectly sized. Can you beat that game very quickly? Sure, but affect global events? Well, I mean, you can affect global events in Fallout. It is a global event. It's like, in New Vegas, if I recall correctly, he's basically wanting to take over the Vegas Strip, which is actually quite a large area. And you have to keep in mind, the world's really small in that universe, because most of it's been nuked to shit. That's cool. That's great. So any, like, largish event is a global event. Someone taking over the entire Vegas Strip is actually a big deal. It's a lot of power that they get. You can just wait out the war and then just survive, and that's fine. You can also go and fight, fighting around here, and the most, so it is, you can even become recognized as a hero in history. So now that's interesting. I like that. Yeah. But that's, again, that's where it comes to that whole thing of like, so you're kind of taking Mass Effect Fallout sort of concepts for story development. Obviously, we're not having a Fallout, was it a Mass Effect 3 ending scenario, hopefully. Oh, your choices didn't matter. That was terrible. And I like that. I'm always down for that. But you have to keep in mind that, like, the moment you say sandbox with that, you're causing issues. That, I would say that's a really great idea, but you might need to, like, narrow down on it, alright? And I know it's only a really early fragment idea, but, like, nonetheless, it's a cool idea, and I don't think you should give up on it. I think it'd be cool. But it would definitely be, like, refinement down to maybe one of those sorts of things. Maybe a little less sandbox and a little bit more directed story. Maybe, what are those games called? Is it Shadow something? What are they called? Shadowrun. No. Shadowrun that I'm thinking of? I think it is. Yeah, but more that sort of style of game. I think that would fit more what you'd want from it, right? Also, I wasn't totally doing a bunch of farming before stream. It was why I was almost late. Totally haven't just been doing mining and cutting down trees. But yeah, it's... That's why I say, like, it's... In scoping, I would say the sandbox part of that is, like, the weakest part. And it would be more interesting to just see you focus more on that story element, which is actually a lot more reasonable, right? Get a simple gameplay loop, again, kind of like Transistor and those sorts of games. And focus down that and then just work on the story, work on the universe for it. But I do think that the rest of that idea, like, again, it seems you've got a good idea there, it's just scoping, right? Welcome to video games, the worst part of them. Mining diamonds off camera, but in VTuber stuff. Dude, you have no idea how much, like, I generated in the fucking, the coins from the casino. Yeah, it turns out that having a weighted to positive, fucking goddamn, roulette thing, not roulette, slots, is not a good idea, because I can just sit there with an auto clicker. I did leave it on while I went to the shops. I came back, and there's a reason why I've bought, like, a bunch of pets. I think I've bought most of the pets. I've bought all of the worker stuff. I've bought most of the things I can get with the casino coins now. They want you to gamble? Yeah, dude. I just want to keep gambling. It's fun. Okay. So that's gotten reworked. That reminds me, I needed to also write, so it would be... Yeah. Bug fixes should probably go at the bottom, shouldn't it? So yeah, if you can see here, this is me like slowly trying to format how I'm going to be doing patch notes moving forward. Like I'm just trying to make a decent format thing. Alright, I don't think there's much else that I want to probably work on today. Cause like, it's just more boss work, and I want to get a little bit more art done, maybe, before, I should probably decide what I'm gonna do. It's because I gotta do another boss, right? I'm probably gonna work on another boss when we, do stream next. Regardless if I have art or not, right? Should probably actually start getting the system working at some point. It's low impact. So who is the next one I should work on? Because we've got Doggo with Knife, we've got Party Animal, and we've got Queen of Claws. I mean, fucking Giant Mutant Turtle's probably like super easy to do in terms of designs, both. I kind of want to do the magical girl, actually. Because this one's going to be, like, real technical. And it would be very different feeling, right? Because it will have, like, the AI pathing thing. The difference. The float around the player, pausing to do actions, and then, like, aims to distance itself with you. So it feels really awkward to fight against it. We could probably do this while we're improving a couple of systems that I have in place. Because I'm going to be like re-adding and improving on how movement is handled and how spawning is handled. So that's probably something we're going to work on there. We can do it with that. Boss idea, copycat VTuber. I think you already got it somewhere. Probably. I'm trying to think if I've got something that's like that. I mean, we've got it's a cosplayer, isn't it? Yeah, cosplay Conqueror, which is like cosplays a bunch of things. Could always try and work on Professor Paradox as well. Be a fun one. Adds in some mechanics that I'll be able to work on and make abilities out of later. Yeah, I think Magical Girl is probably going to be the next one we work on because it's just going to be one of the more unique ones. Then probably work on another hard boss. What's probably one of the better hard bosses to work on? Maybe Ethereal Twins, because that's also going to be a floating one. That would try and like slightly distance itself with you. Tries to be your character but fails in a very funny ways. Say a weaker version of your VTuber mechanically, but with one passive ability of yours or something like that. That's really dangerous. Like I get the idea of it and I can see the charm. I would probably program that as something like a modifier, where it's kind of like the hunters in Risk of Rain 2, if you know that. That is a consideration I've had. But like adding in a boss that like rips the mechanics like that, it was... So there's two dangerous reasons for that. One of them is what happens when you're multiplayer. Does it pick a character? Does it pick from all characters? That could get quite rough. And two, the amount of things that would have to be coded really weirdly for that. Because almost all of those weapons and stuff are coded very particularly to target enemies. I would have to restructure how I do damage. Just completely. To allow for that sort of mechanic. I'm fine doing that for elites, doing it for like a special modifier. Not so sure about that with a boss. Maybe if I do it for hunters, then maybe I do it for a boss. And it would be a bit more reasonable at that point. But it would definitely be a low priority, right? I mean, there's already going to be a boss that I don't know if do I have it in here? Not really, but there was talk of doing a boss that, like, yoinks stuff from other bosses. I think it's Fourth Wall Breaker, wasn't it? Maybe. We'll see. Imagine if it would pick all the characters on multiplayer, but it would make the bunch of copycats weaker. And... yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. You're saying weaker, but... they're weaker inherently because they're going to be AI controlled. They'd actually need to be stronger than the player. Like, funnily enough, you got to keep that in mind. Because, also fun fact, do you actually... so this is where I go. Do you know what the values are for health values for enemies versus players? We've talked about player health quite a lot. A typical player is around 1,000 health right now. It's probably going to go down by like 200 across the board in most places. But like, so we're talking about 1,000 health as an expectation for a player, right? Do you know how much damage, how much health an enemy has on average? Like the normal enemies? And the fact that like most of them get 2-3 shot with the basic weapons should really hammer home something. When I reveal this. Let's go look at the enemy list. What value here do you think is health? So I know. I know obviously because I wrote it. It's these values. Begin with the slimes have 7 health. And they take 2 to 3 hits for most of each player's basic weapon to kill. Player has 1,000 health. There is very particular reasoning to this, by the way. So I can keep damage numbers low. But that's why also the enemy deals like 50 damage base. By having the health this low, it means armor is less effective, but it means that armor is more effective on bosses because they have a shitload of health. They have thousands of health. Because they're not supposed to be easy to kill. These are. This is why damage needs to kind of go across the board down once meta progression is added, right? So, yeah, no, there's a reason why bosses have thousands and thousands of health, even though, like, they deal 20 damage. So, they deal more damage than a player on average, and they have about as much health, if not more health, than a player. So if I was to make a copycat of a player, it would be the same argument. Is they would deal more damage and heal and have more health just because they're going to be stupid. You make stats to compensate for stupidity of the AI. That's kind of typical. That's why I don't like how difficulty is often just stat increases, is because it just becomes bullet sponge scenario. A boss in this being a bullet sponge makes sense, right? And the thing is more of a joke. A lore edition. Again, you're trying to put lore into this game. This game doesn't have lore. This game's backstory is literally the idea that this is what VTubers do in their free time, is they just go and do quests. That's it. No story in the game, other than that. They just go, this is a tavern they all hang out in, and they go do quests. If I was being more particular with that story, then I would actually make an argument that sometimes VTubers shouldn't be available, because they should be doing their streams and not coming in, right? Have some plan B for lore? No. I'm gonna say this now, if I wanted to add lore, I know what I would add, right? Not gonna do it. I am very, very specific on the fact that I'm not gonna add lore to this game. Because it's just, like I said earlier, the moment I add like a backstory or a story to this game, it becomes a fanfic game, not a thing for it. What would I add if I was to add something? So what I would add if I was to add something, and this is a big if, very, very unlikely to happen, is that I would make it a story more about there is an overarching singular villain point that is affecting all VTubers in a very negative way. It's stopping them from streaming, it's stopping them from all this sort of stuff, and it is kidnapping their fans. And this is them leveling up and improving and going on an adventure to go and fight this boss. That is the loosest version of what I would give this as a story. There'd be more particulars, sure, there'd probably be story elements, I don't care. Kind of the point though is like, that is what I would add for this story. Why would I add that? Because it would just still have you progressing through the things. The thing is, that would mean that I would then have to start locking stories behind things. Right? I do not think that this game benefits from a story. In fact, I think it's actually detracted by having story. A generic story, yeah. And that's the point. It's, again, I cannot stress, there is sometimes things are not necessary. Could be more silly. Well, did I not mention that there is a lot more details I'd go into? Yes. I would 100% add more fucking stupid, silly stuff. It would not be 100% serious. That's actually, I'm going to take that as a mild insult that you think I would be 100% serious and not stupidly silly. Tell me silly? No, because again, that's me going further into a thing I'm not doing and it's not worth my time. Again, I cannot stress, sometimes things aren't necessary. It's not, like, this is, right here is why I hated on Supernatural by the end, because they just listened to their fans instead of actually writing a good story. They listen to the fans doing things. We're divorcing if you don't tell me. Oh, well, goodbye then. Like, simply put, why I say I'm not going to tell you silly, look at the game so far. Think about the stuff that's in there. Think about the passives, the names, all of that. Do you think that would stop being the case for the story if I was to do a story? That's all you're getting for what would be silly or not. Smaller, sad violence, that's fine. Exactly. But no, that's the thing. You actually have, everyone here has seen actively what I would do for humor and shit. Fuck it, look at how I've designed Bao. We talked about that earlier. Alright? I take the absolute piss out of that one. I think it's fucking hysterical. I think it's actually a good design. It's gonna be a bitch to make though. That is the point. So yeah, no, at the end of the day, story is very low priority for me. It would be as throwaway as possible. And that is why I'm just never going to bother with it. If I wanted to make a story game, I'd make a story game. And I have a story game I'm making. It's not this. Right? Why I feel an urgent must to protect an VTuber game concept. Super silly. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is at the end of the day, the point is to be the gameplay loop, like I said. Gotta have fun. You have fun playing the game, not giving a shit about the story. I'll leave it to the fan base if they want to make a story. Go right ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. I'm just gonna tell you that it's not canon. Bro, stop inspiring me by your insults. Well, if you're inspired by my insults, then that says a lot. Gotta say. I mean, like, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, it's cool to want to do one thing, don't do everything. The moment if I committed more to story, then, like, there is dialogue going to be in the game. There is going to be, like, story, like that, in a sense. It's going to be funny little tidbits and dialogue, and I've already written part of it off to the side. The next Sun Tzu of game dev? Oh, good lord. Nah, that's Thor. Thor is the Sun Tzu of game dev. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie, I have read The Art of War a lot. I love The Art of War. It's honestly one of the fucking best things ever. Highly recommend it if you haven't read it. It is very valuable, especially if you actually think about it. Because it's 100% one of the most living documents ever made. Like, it's insane what this one person could think of when it came to the idea of meeting an enemy on the field of battle and how it can transfer to so many different things. It's incredible. Love it. Genius. Absolute genius. And it's not even like people interpreting it in a way that's like, oh, he's a genius because we interpreted it as such. No, he was actually a genius. Did a great job of like conveying the right kind of concepts of how the human psyche works and everything. But I know why you talk like that. It's about it. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, Pirate Software, Thor is still, to the end of day, is going to be one of the biggest inspirations for me to actually keep streaming, to keep doing this sort of stuff. So regardless of if I ever get bigger than him or whatever, or he disappears, he'll still be the thing that I will chase if I'm doing game dev. But I'm still being myself, right? At the end of the day. I don't give up on being who I am. I can be inspired by someone, and that doesn't stop me from being who I am. I'm just not as bad as what we all used to do this, and don't tell me I'm wrong on this. Is that we all used to be like, hey, yo, see this one character in this like cartoon or TV show? I really like them. For the next like 2 weeks, I'm gonna copy their personality, and it's gonna be my like entire persona. Look, I did that with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We don't have to. We don't judge here. I did that with fucking Angel and Spike because I thought they were awesome and edgy, and that was cool. Regardless of how smart of an idea that was. Surprisingly enough, being a sarcastic asshole that walks around telling everyone go fuck themselves and pulling the finger at them gets you in more fights than you see in that show, and that's saying a lot. Did it with Mordecai? That's fair. My friend loves Mordecai. I don't really... But yeah, no. I can see that. I can see that being a fun one. I gotta go do 0. Just don't say anything. That's the magic one, right? It was like Stargate, Buffy. A lot of those shows were the ones where I pulled my stuff from. I'm becoming him slowly, kinda. Yeah, Dad. Well, I mean, it's that whole argument of when we're a kid, we're SpongeBob. When we're an adult, we're more like Squidward. Right? And that is more true than I'd like it to be. The amount of times I'm sitting there like hearing my neighbors doing anything and I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Let me do my fucking shit in peace. Eat my ass, boys. Eat my entire ass. Pretend to be an eagle. Like, oh, damn it. I hate that shit. Oh, no. Alright, anyway, I think I'm just gonna probably call it now-ish. Because I don't think there's much else I can do today. Your entire ass on air. You're getting banned from Twitch. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm down for that being how I get banned on Twitch. That sounds great. Don't threaten me with a fucking good time. To be fair, Twitch is like the side gig, right? It's the funny ha 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 thing on the side. Whereas YouTube's the more important one. Stop not moving, I thought your webcam broke. Yeah, I'm really bad at that, aren't I? Again, when I'm like doing that, you see more like what I am actually in my spare time is I'm very deadly silent and do not move when I'm just on my own working. It's really funny. I am very, like, I am way more active in talking on stream than I am in real life most of the time. Unless I'm with mates, and then I'm talk a lot of shit. But yes, I don't think there's much else to work on today. So, that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Eat the entire ass.